and those of you joining us via the World Wide Web on the Parliament's website, www.ttparliament.org. We are just a few seconds away from 1:30 p.m. and the resumption of what will be the fifth and final day of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, which has been meeting to consider the various estimates and heads of expenditure. There are some 17 heads that remain to be considered today, and under the standing orders, these proceedings must conclude by 7:50 p.m., at which time the bill will then be read a third time. And passed tomorrow, the Senate is expected to sit at 10 a.m. for the debate on the budget to continue in the Senate. Some of the heads still to be examined are the Judiciary, the Environmental Commission, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Planning and Development. The doors of the chamber have been opened, so we take you over now for the start of the proceedings. This is the meeting of the Standing Finance Committee, which is held on Monday, October 19th, 2015.
Meeting of the Standing Finance Committee is resumed, and we are at head 03, Judiciary, the sum of $363,140,800. I will now invite the Honorable Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
I will defer to the Acting Attorney General on this. Mr. Young, could you explain what the judiciary is all about?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The judiciary, as everyone is aware, is a separate arm protected by separation of powers, and as would have been heard by the Honourable Minister of Finance in his budget presentation and is contained in the PNM manifesto, which is now adopted as government policy. This government is moving towards giving the judiciary something it's been clamoring for years, and rightly so, which is financial autonomy. So we are in the process of making that a reality, and we fully support the efforts of the judiciary and the important position that it plays in governance of Trinidad and Tobago and in the protection of the separation and the independence of the judiciary. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $363,140,800 for head 03, Judiciary, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum is $363,140,800 for head 03, Judiciary, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, Judiciary, Trinidad. Item 002, Judiciary, Tobago. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, Judiciary, Trinidad. Honorable Member for Tabaquite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under Goods and Services, Judiciary, Trinidad, page 13, item number 16. I noticed there's a $55.55 million for contract employment. I'm trying to get an understanding of what is the nature of that contract employment. And I have another question regarding training also.
Could you repeat the question?
The question is on item 16, Goods and Services, page 13. There is an amount of $55.55 million for contract employment. what is this contract employment in the judiciary about?
Well, as you can see from the amount, there's quite a lot of
Yes.
contract employment. We can give you a list of the positions and so on. What exactly do you want to know?
So these positions are not filled, or are they vacant positions that exist? Or
Some of them would be to supplement the judiciary's capacity in terms of posts that may not be filled on the establishment, but quite a significant proportion is contract staff outside of the establishment. That's just how it is. If you want a list, right. And the total is approved. Yeah. They have an approval to contract 1,082 contract officers.
they have an approval to contract that.
That is what I'm advised. And they have filled 590 out of that 1,082. They have approved establishment of 1,259 public officers, of which 910 positions are filled, and well, the balance 349 would be vacant. And in terms of judicial officers, 172 approved positions, of which 108 are filled.
And now you're saying they have a further 1,082 positions for contract.
They have an approval for 1,082. The total post is 2,542. That's the approved total, of which they have 1,637.
1,637.
Yeah, so they have there's a shortfall of about 800, if my maths is right, or 900, somewhere around there.
So in terms of since that is the case, then the judiciary is only operating with 64% of its
Based on the information available,
of personnel.
based on the information provided to me, the total complement of posts is 2,542. Total staff currently on board, 1,637.
And my question is, therefore, is the judiciary operating on 64% of its required human resources?
I've given you the
May I ask
numbers.
if we testing the Honorable Minister of Finance on the maths?
No, I'm not
I
testing
think
it, madam.
The question, the answer is clear with respect to the number of contract posts and the number that are filled. I think we need to really use our time prudently today.
Madam Chairman, I'm using my time very prudently because with due respect, you'll appreciate that the delay in justice is a matter of great concern, and the length of time it is taking to determine matters in the country is of great concern. And if the judiciary is operating at 64%
Madam
of its
Chair.
human resources, then I want to know what is being done in order to ensure there's a full complement.
Madam Chair,
Where
if
we
I
are
may.
voting monies for that.
1 minute. Honorable Member for Tabaki, that's not the question that you asked. And all I'm saying is, if we can use our time today to be a little more direct with respect to what we are asking.
If I may, Madam Chair, in an attempt to clarify, and more for the purposes of the public looking on, it would be very misleading to suggest that the judiciary is only using 64% of its personnel as it currently stands. This is only with respect to contract workers, and the member and others would be aware that you have permanent staff that would not be captured by the contract workers. So presumably they would be using their full complement, and contract workers are not always to be fully utilized as we've seen happen since we've come into office.
Just clarify something else that I've been advised by the judiciary, and it goes to the decision we have made. We had put it in our manifesto, and now we have made a decision. Well, we are fulfilling that manifesto commitment, that we're going to give the judiciary complete responsibility for all of the things necessary to make the judiciary function effectively, one of which would be accommodation. And I was told here that even if all of the positions were filled tomorrow, and the word used is magically, if they were all magically filled tomorrow, in other words, they were able to recruit, interview, locate suitable people, get them to agree to terms and conditions, etc., etc., the accommodation is inadequate. So as we move towards giving the judiciary full autonomy in terms of also providing their own accommodation, then they'll be able to solve these two problems. One, to be able to recruit, and also two, to be able to provide the necessary accommodation for all the staff.
Chair, just, I wasn't trying to be anything. 1,637 of 2542 is the number the minister said. I didn't say that. And 1,637 of 2542 is 64%. So it doesn't just refer to the permanent workers, it refers to the entire cadre of workers.
But it doesn't matter. As the Honourable Chairman said, we don't have to do arithmetic.
No, I'm just clarifying what I said. I wasn't trying to test your maths or anything.
It's all right.
Honourable Member for Oropuch East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On the very headings 16, contract employment, I noticed a drop in $1.4 million. Is there an explanation for this, that positions were filled, or anticipate that you won't need $1.4 million more with the contract employment allocation?
Yeah. The allocation was made by the Ministry of Finance. Now, as you know, we are going to be engaging in extensive discussions with the judiciary with a view that by the end of fiscal 2016, they would have the required autonomy in order to do their own procurement, acquire their own buildings, etc., etc., etc. And all of the allegations will be reviewed. And by the time of the mid-year review, there will be a lot of reallocation consistent with the outcome of those discussions. So this is certainly, if I do the calculations that the Honourable Minister, or former Minister, or member for Tabakit wanted me to do, this represents 2% of the total allocation. So I am sure that by March or April, we'll be able to resolve this, and if they do need any more, they will get more.
002 Judiciary Tobago. Item 003 Judiciary Family Court. Subhead 03 Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001 Judiciary Trinidad. Item 003 Judiciary Family Court. Subhead 04 Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 002 Commonwealth Bodies. Item 009 Other Transfers. Subhead 09 Development Program. Consolidated Fund. Item 005 Multi-sectoral and Other Services. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $363,140,000.
Madam Chair, dealing with the development program.
Well, I was about to put the question.
Yeah, no, but I was about to catch your eye and I didn't. So now that I've caught your eye.
Honourable member for Chaguanas West.
Madam Chair, I am not seeing any allocation for the Chaguanas Magistrates Court. I noticed under the development program that it was transferred, the refurbishment of magistrates courts transferred to the Office of the Attorney General. I then looked under the Attorney General. I didn't see anything about the Chaguanas Magistrate Court, and I don't know, because I know that currently the constituents of Chaguanas West really inconvenienced. They have to travel to Tunapuna in order to get justice.
Tell me what line item you're talking about. No. Can't talk about a line item not there. So what line item are you talking about?
I'm dealing with the development expenditure.
I know, but which I know. Which line item?
And it deals with refurbishment of magistrate courts, line item 003 on page 5.
Line item 003 on page 5. Okay, right. And this is transferred to the AG's office.
Yeah, but
And what happened? You went in the AG's office.
I went to and didn't see anything for
Well,
Chaguanas.
when we get there, we go deal with that. Okay.
Member for Oropuch East.
Thank you, ma'am. In light of the earlier response from the Minister of Finance, these items, project number 001, 003 to 11, project 021 to 23, transferred to the Ministry of the Attorney General.
We
I'm
on
on
page
page 5, yes. Transferred to the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs. How does this fly in the face of the stated policy of the government to provide the judiciary with this autonomy? Clearly, autonomy is not undertaking their own work, their own rehabilitation of facilities and construction and so on. They are in the hands of another ministry to provide physical infrastructure. It asks a deeper question of what the government understands autonomy to be, but certainly is not in the case of facilitation, construction, and the provision of accommodation. The decision to move these items to the Ministry of the Attorney
So
General.
when we get there, we'll deal with that.
But you had moved it from the judiciary, it has gone.
Yeah, but it's not
What
a line.
influenced that? That
It's
is
no longer a line item here, so when we get to the AG, consistent with how we dealt with local constabularies, when we get there, we'll deal with that. Well, when we get there, we'll deal with that.
not why it arrived there.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $363,140,800 for head 03 Judiciary stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $363,140,800 for head 03 Judiciary now stands part of the schedule. I thank the members from the Judiciary who have attended to assist the committee, and they are relieved. Could we move on to head 38 Environmental Commission? Members, we are page 271. 271. Head 38 Environmental Commission. Head 38 Environmental Commission, $12,019,300. I now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
If I may, Madam Chair, the Environmental Commission is an environmental tribunal set up under the Environmental Management Act, Authority Act, and it plays basically an appeal role on issues that may arise coming out of decisions by the Environmental Management Authority. It is staffed with the head of the commission being someone with the qualifications of a judge of the High Court, and then members from other professional expertise areas dealing with the environment. It is a fully functioning commission and one that I've appeared before in my previous life, and one that we take very seriously as this government moves towards the promotion of environmental concerns in Trinidad and Tobago.
Members, the question is that the sum of $12,019,300 for Head 38 Environmental Commission stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $12,019,300 for Head 38 Environmental Commission is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 09, Development Program, Item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $12,019,300 for Head 38 Environmental Commission stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $12,019,300 for Head 38 Environmental Commission now stands part of the schedule. I thank the members of the representatives of the Environmental Commission for coming and assisting us. You all are relieved. May we move on to Head 26, Ministry of Education.
Page 186.
We are at page 186. Head 26, Ministry of Education, $7,781,013,421. I now invite the Minister of Education to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. My government has been in the forefront of every major advance in education in this country. During this period, we are committed to preserve, maintain, and expand where necessary our system of free education and training at all levels. Towards this end, we will ensure that the GATE system remains relevant, easily accessible, and available to all citizens who need support. We will give active support to our 2 public universities. We will implement a suitable school maintenance program. We will promote and encourage continuing education. We will ensure that our system of education at the primary, secondary, and tertiary levels prepares our young people for the challenging world of science and technology. And therefore, Madam Chairman, as we discuss our budget, our plans, our programs, all our activities will be guided by these philosophical statements. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $7,781,013,421 for Head 26, Ministry of Education stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $7,781,013,421 for Head 26, Ministry of Education, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. And we are at page 187 for the information of members.
The information, the detailed information at 187 is summarized in 186. And I'd just like to draw to the attention and ask a question on 186 in terms of, since education now comprises both ECC, primary, secondary, post-secondary, and tertiary education, in the 2015 revised estimates, we had for salaries and cost of living $2.845 billion, which is about 60% of the budget for education. But in 2016, the salaries and cost of living is 2.865. That's a mere increase of $19 million. Is this increase for, that's the salaries under tertiary education? Or could you explain the increase in the salaries of
Madam
19 million?
Madam Chairman,
Yeah, all right, you.
I've given an undertaking to explain the variations in personal expenditure for every single head and ministry. I will do so for the Ministry of Education.
Okay, so
And could I take the liberty to say, Honorable Member, Minister of Finance, that you do so for every head to be considered today for personal expenditure?
Yeah, as I did with all the ones in the
Thank you very
past, I am giving that undertaking for every remaining head of expenditure.
on the same,
East.
Yeah, the
We
same
on
page.
page 187, please.
no,
We are on page 187,
Madam Chair,
please.
I just want to draw to the attention the increase of $2.351 billion on current transfers and subsidies on page 186. Could the minister indicate?
Honorable Member, please. We are at page 187. Current
if I go to-
transfers and
When I
current
go further down, Madam
current
Chair,
transfers
sure,
and
sure.
subsidies would be in some pages to come. Let us make some prudent use of our time
But the overall
today.
picture is
I have
critically-
determined, please, member.
So you don't want to give an understanding of the overall critical
No,
picture?
we'll get it.
How can we go into details
We will
when we
get
don't
it in
know
the
what is
pages
the-
to come, please, honorable member.
But
May
that
we
is-
proceed? Item 001, General Administration. Item 005, Secondary Education. Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Salaries and cost of living allowance have increased on secondary education by $43 million from 1.357 to 1.40. Does that include any, is that the increase in salaries for the teachers? Or, and if you look back, 2015 estimates was 1.085 and the revised estimate was 1.357. And I can indicate that that was, the difference there was to pay outstanding arrears of nearly $300 million for the back pay and new salaries in 2015. So $300 million was paid for back pay and arrears and salaries for 2015. Now, the increase in 2016, the $43 million, is that for increase in salaries or back pay and salaries as well?
Madam Chairman, the undertaking that I gave just a few seconds ago is for every single item of personal expenditure. You will get an explanation for everything. This is subsumed within the overall allocation for personal expenditure.
Would you consider back pay to be a part of the personal expenditure? Does it include, is it included there when you thinking about providing the information? Would you be providing information
As
on
I've
back pay?
said at least 15 times, the change in personal expenditure would be a combination of additional responsibilities or reduced responsibilities, arrears of salary or no arrears of salary, increased salary or no increased salary. You will get an explanation for every single head, subhead, item, and sub-item with respect to variations in allocations for personnel expenditure. So there's no point as we get to each sub-item that you ask the same question over and over and over again. It's a sub-item.
Right, okay.
Item 006, primary education.
I see a decrease in salaries again.
Honorable member,
Yeah.
please.
No, but I have to draw it to his attention, Madam Chair.
Honorable member for Caroni East, I understand your concern, but I believe that the undertaking binds every head one and every item under each head that refers to personal expenditure, which will be salaries and cost of living, wages, allowances, back pay, arrears. I think so.
It's a matter of the provision and the information, Madam Chair. It's a matter of the significance of the decrease. In other words, if a salary X was for primary education and there's a decrease, does it mean that the teachers are going to be getting less salaries? Or, and this is primary education, 18 million less than 2015 in 2016. What does that signify?
Madam Chairman, in the hope that this will be the last question on personal expenditure, an increase or a decrease is either an increase or reduction in responsibilities, an increase in salary, because we don't reduce salaries in Trinidad and Tobago, and arrears of salary, or not, as the case may be. Everything, Madam Chairman, it is absurd for the member to ask whether we're reducing people's salaries. We don't reduce salaries in Trinidad and Tobago. We increase them. So that, Madam Chairman, he will get the explanation for every item.
Are you firing people,
Honorable member for members, please, let us just try and maintain. Members, please, let us try and maintain some degree of civility as we proceed. Honorable member for Caroni East. Yes, I have noticed really how dedicated you are to this process. And on behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, I commend you. But I also would like us all to be very prudent with the use of our time. The undertaking says that explanations will be given. Okay, so let's go on. Item 010, General Administration. Item 011, Eastern Caribbean Institute of Agriculture. Item 012, Technical Vocational Education. Item 013, Teachers College. Item 014, National Examinations Council. Item 016, Scholarships and Advanced Training Division. Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Chair, I just want to ask, I saw the transfer of scholarships and advanced training from Ministry of Public Administration to Education. Could the government give
Page 191, I believe.
Yeah. Can they give an understanding of the rationale for moving it from public administration scholarships, which has been predominantly taken care of by public administration, now being brought to education? And that will involve the open and national scholarships and so on, as I see further down.
I'll take the opportunity.
You'll get it in writing. Right, okay, you'll get the answer to that question in writing.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Honorable Member for Oropouche East.
Includes primary education, district services, and so on that head. Could I move to page 195?
Are we under item 001, General Administration, subhead
Goods and
02, Goods and Services?
Okay, I'll hold until some
Thank you
questions
very
earlier.
much. Honorable Member for Tabakit.
Thank you. Under goods and services, page 192, I notice again there's a very large sum for contract employment, $197.5 million, which is an increase of 13.5. I'm trying to understand in all these areas of contract employment, what does this relate to? Does this relate to teachers? Does it relate to administrative staff? Why the need for this high level of contract employment if you already have all those wages and so on for normal teachers? Is this additional teachers or teachers who have to be replacing other teachers who don't come to work, or you don't have teachers or what have you?
I'm tempted to tell you to ask your colleague for Caroni East, but you will get that answer in writing.
Honorable Member for Oropouche East, please.
Yeah, Madam Chairman. No, I'm on 193. I'm still on 193.
I'm certain, Honorable Member for Caroni East, you'll get your turn.
Just a question.
That's it. That's why he's making
That's what I'm asking. Are we going to go back to page 192?
For Oropouche East.
Is goods and services, the same goods and services? Yes. Item 43193, there's a slash here in the allocation, has been slashed for security services. And I'm wondering if there's an explanation that you would have an $11.5 million slash for security services.
That would have been a budgeting measure, and we will consult with the ministry during the year. It's interesting how we all are describing a 2 or 3% variation as a slash, but it's a budgeting measure, and we will consult with education. You see, a lot of money was spent on a lot of things. For example, $169 million on security. We really have to go in there and see whether it was necessary to spend $169 million, whether there was any duplication. You asked why it was reduced. I'm explaining why. We have to look at the expenditure in previous years, look at the contracts for security services, determine whether the government has been receiving value for money, determine whether these contracts are transparent, determine whether they are not inflated, and as a result, as a budgeting exercise, we have made a small reduction in the allocation from 169 million to 157 million.
East.
I wanted to ask the Honorable Minister, through you, whether the contract employment, page 192, includes the contract for remedial teachers in primary and secondary schools, and the teachers doing the moderation and for the continuous assessment component in the primary schools. Does that include, is that included in the $197 million?
We'll give you that answer in writing. Okay? Yes.
Honorable Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, ma'am. Under security services, page 193, what I'd like to know is how much of that money, of the 157.5 or 169, is paid to MTS for security services in the schools, and how much is paid to other security companies?
We'll give you a breakdown of all the providers and the money that is allocated to them.
That'll be in writing. Okay.
Definitely in writing.
Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Secondary education at page 193. The rent lease, office accommodation, storage. I saw it is for Bishop Ansi and Trinity College East, which was a bolt arrangement. Could the Minister, through you, Madam Chair, give us an idea of how many more years that we have to service this bolt arrangement, whether 1 or 2 more years?
Should that be furnished in writing?
Of course.
That's 08.
Honorable Member
Yeah,
for,
rent lease.
that'll be given in writing. Honorable Member for Oropuch East.
Yes, thank you very much. On the page 195, Regional Capital Learning Resource Center. Madam Chairman, we notice
I mean, we're done with 6 and 7?
no, unless
No, but
somebody
you
have a
want to
question.
8.
We're under heading.
No, you've gone to
We're not going by page, we're going
008.
by heading.
No, you have skipped 2 subheads.
Honorable the Minister of Finance, I am entertaining under the various items. So it does not matter because I cannot anticipate
No problem.
what order the questions will come.
Sure.
So, the
Yes.
Honorable Member for Oropuch
Thank you
East.
very much, ma'am. The Regional Capital Learning Resource Center, we notice a very severe disinvestment in that, well, to me, a slash in the provision for that by $13.6 million, and the biggest chunk of that is in materials and supplies and short-term employment. My question is, what would explain such a slashing of the budget for the Regional Capital Learning Resource Center by $13 million, where the most significant ones are materials and supplies and short-term employment?
Put that in writing.
You'll put that in writing too. Okay.
Honorable Member for Tabakate. All right, so can we therefore...
Just one area on fees on page 190.
All right, Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Goods and services, number 23 on page 193. There's a reduction of fees of $269,000. Could we get an appreciation of what fees have been reduced and what fees is that and the reduction? Number 23 on page 193.
Back to
Is
the
that the
future.
CXC fees? What fees is that?
Page 23, page 193, line item 23.
I've been advised that we're going to give you that in writing. No, I've been not in a position to give you that right now. Okay?
Honorable Member for Oropuch East.
On page 195, Early Childhood Care and Education, Unit 22. Madam Chairman, to put in writing again, this violent slash in the allocation for short-term employment from 13 million to 3.7 million, a decrease of $9.7 million for short-term employment in that unit. Another one for writing.
When you finish, right.
Honorable Member for Caroni East.
You will give the answer in writing to to Dr. Munilas, right? 194 on the primary education, number 21, repairs and maintenance buildings. There's a 6.2 million increase, which is good, but you could just let us have an understanding the reason for the increase on repairs and maintenance of buildings. We spent 1.3 last year, which is good if you're spending more to repair buildings, which is good. But could you give a little explanation on it?
Well, first of all, this is for minor repairs. Okay? It doesn't include the larger repairs.
So is this meant, Madam Chair, is this meant to give the primary schools a certain amount of money for themselves so that they can conduct their own repairs? I
Yes.
think if it is meant to do so, it will be good.
There are 126 primary schools that will be involved.
That's government primary schools.
Yes, government primary schools,
Right.
and they will be given these sums of money to engage in minor repairs.
So you will share that money between the schools depending on the size of the school.
And depending on the need of the school.
I think you should give all equitably depending on the sizes of the school and the amount of children in the school.
Well, the Ministry of Education will decide that.
Yeah, thanks. Good.
Determine that.
Honorable Members, we have reached item 008. We have reached Rujanat Capildeo Learning Resource Center. That's where we've reached. So anything else on item 008, Rujanat Capildeo Learning Resource Center?
In addition, what my colleague, Member of Parliament for Oropuchi asked on the short-term employment under 22. There's a significant reduction in ECC.
Is that under 008?
That was under 009. Early-
Okay, I haven't reached 009 as yet.
All right, okay.
We are at 008.
No.
And therefore, if there are no questions, I will then take you, Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Yes.
I now recognize you under head 009.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under line item 22, the short-term employment of ECC, there's a marked reduction. And may I be privileged to just indicate that in 2015, the $13.5 million was used for the payment of students in the ECC centers, teachers who would have been new teachers who came on board for the ECC centers, $13 million. That's what is certificate in education.
Member for Caroni East, and the question is?
Yeah. Why is there a significant reduction of 9.7 million? And could
Can
you
we get that in writing, please?
Well, at least at this point, I can say that this allocation is for the payment of cleaners, cleaning staff.
For
This
the
is what
ECC centers?
I've been informed that this is for the payment of the cleaning staff.
No, I think you should be properly further advised, Mr.
I'm happy that you say further advice.
That's what it's for.
The advice is
Need
might
a
be
written
skewed
response
on that.
anymore.
Better check it. It's not for that.
Item 010, General Administration.
No, I just wanted to ask on 009 under goods and services on page 196. Same thing here, early childhood education brought forward a reduction of $9.6 million from 20 million to 11 million. Are you all cutting across the board on early childhood education
But,
centers?
Honorable Member for Caroni East, that brought forward would have come from the various items, under the various items.
I stand corrected. Thank you.
All right, so we at 010, General Administration.
/ ECC.
Item 011, Eastern Caribbean Institute of Agriculture. Item 014, National Examinations Council. Item 015, Spanish Secretariat. Item 016, Scholarships and Advanced Training Division. Honorable Member for Pointe-à-Pierre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under the scholarships 016, item 16, contract employment. This came over from the Ministry of Public Admin, and in 2015, the revised estimate was 19.1 million, and it has gone up to 30 million. Could we just get an explanation in writing, if possible?
Okay, so can we go on now to subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Honorable Member for Caroni East.
The minor equipment purchases have been reduced by 16 million. If you look at line item 03, the heading, minor equipment purchases, could you give us an understanding of the decrease, why this decrease for minor equipment purchases? And I'll just preface it to indicate that the laptop program was under this head, this item, and 64 million spent in 2015. Does this mean that we are not going to be provided with the laptops? The students are not going to be provided with laptops?
Have any students with laptops?
Or have any of the students received laptops so far? Have you purchased any so far?
So, Honorable Member for Caroni East, this will be answered in writing because you're considering 01, 02, 03, 04 in that question that you've asked.
I'm only considering 001, which is other minor equipment.
Yeah, but the summary,
Yes.
what you're referring to there
But
is the
basically,
summary.
the largest part of that is the 15 million for minor equipment.
So what therefore is your question? Do you want a breakdown
No,
with respect to decrease of the 15 million?
The 60, yes.
Yes.
What would have caused you to decrease the expenditure for minor equipment? Is it because you're omitting the expenditure on the laptop program?
No. In fact, there is a budgetary allocation for laptops.
Sorry?
There is a budgetary allocation for laptops. So we are not omitting the laptops.
You're not omitting it?
No, we are not omitting laptops.
And you will help us to direct to where that allocation is in this?
No, the allocation is under 04, other minor equipment. And you have the 2016 estimate of 45 million. So that will take in the laptops. To answer your other question, which you just asked, yes, laptops will be provided. But right now, we are reviewing the infrastructural needs of these schools before we give out these laptops. Of course, as you would know, even in our budget presentation and in other discussions, we have been saying that the schools must be properly equipped so that the students can use the laptops effectively as a learning tool.
That with you when it comes to a debate, because what you have indicated is not necessarily, in fact, so.
This is, Madam Chair.
Honorable Member for Caroni East, your question has been answered.
Yes, he said it.
All right, Honorable Member for Tabakit.
I just, a very straightforward question. Has a contract been given out for the acquisition of laptops for all students who have entered secondary schools in this first year? And is that included in this 45 million?
We'll put that in writing for you. We'll give you that information in writing.
Can we go on to item 005, secondary education? Item 006, primary education. Page 199. Item 006, primary education. Item 007, District Services Division. Item 008, Rutranath Capildeo Learning Resource Center. Item 009, Early Education, Early Childhood Care and Education Unit. Honorable Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, ma'am. I ask this question because in my own constituency, I've had several requests from the primary schools which have ECC centers that they do not have furniture and furnishings for their schools. And I see 45,000 here has not been able to provide the kinds of equipment and furnishings they need in the school. Has the ministry undertaken a survey of these schools in order to determine their needs and therefore to make an appropriate allocation?
This is the allocation that was determined by the Ministry of Finance, and I can assure you that the Ministry of Education will do that survey that you're talking about, because we ourselves have been getting a number of requests from the schools. And as the Minister of Finance has been saying repeatedly, there will be a midterm review, and perhaps if there's need for increase, that will be taken up in the mid-year review.
Honorable Member for Chaguanas West.
Madam Chair, I just want to indicate that there's a similar situation exists at the Monroe Road Early Childhood Care Center, which was opened recently and the necessary requests have been made. And similarly at the Monroe Road primary school, where you have the instructions were given to go back to the school, but the necessary equipment and furnishing is not yet there.
Honorable Member for Caroni, you have an answer?
I can simply say that we are looking at it. Just 1 second. You're talking about page 200, 00903? That's the line item you're on? No, I'm just asking, is that the line item? Page 200. Which line item is it then?
Yes, furniture and furnishings.
No, you're saying yes? You're saying no? Is it page 200?
Yes, about the Monroe Road ECC Center.
I know that. But is the line item page 200, 00903? Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, well, this is the furniture for the unit, not for the facilities.
All right, okay.
Honorable Member, excuse me, we have some order, please. Honorable Member for Caroni Central. Central. No? All right, Honorable Member for Tabakeet. Okay, so can we go on to item 010, General Administration. Item 015, Spanish Secretariat. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 004, International Bodies. Honorable Member for Couva South.
Not on the international bodies, Madam Chair. I want to ask a question on the educational institution.
Oh, we haven't reached yours yet, so.
You're very near.
Item 006, Educational Institutions, and Honorable Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under grants to assisted primary schools, I see a very deep slash of $16.5 million. What would have been the rationale for that? Could the minister be so willing to advise the national community?
We'll provide that information in writing.
And similarly for the local school boards, because I'm sure that the parents of the school children are looking on and they would want to know what is happening.
Madam Chairman, may I ask, is that 0400628?
22. 006, line
You
item
said
22.
local school boards.
Yes.
28.
22.
Which
Page
page?
202.
Oh, he's on 202.
006, that's where we are. Educational institutions. Item 22, line item 22.
Local school boards, are you disbanding the local school boards?
Secondary school.
Secondary, for secondary school?
Yeah.
Is the answer going to be provided in writing?
What is the question?
Simple answer.
What's the question?
Why the slash and are we abandoning the school boards?
Madam Chairman, they are constantly...
I am asking.
But I'm going
That
to
is all I am
answer.
asking.
Madam Chairman, what's that debate going on down there? I'm answering the question.
Could you go ahead, Honorable Minister of Finance?
Thank you. If the honourable member would look at the 2015 original estimate, it was $1 million. So the 2016 original estimate is also $1 million. So all we have done is restored the original allocation for 2015. Now what happened during the year is that the Minister of Education would have wired money as required from head to subhead, and there was a virement from some other head into this, and if the new Minister of Education feels the need to reallocate funds and put more money into this head, then he too will be given permission to wire or transfer into this head. But the allocation is the same as it was originally for 2015. So it is wrong to use these words like slash.
Honorable Member for Faisabad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question refers to page 203 under 41, and I know the allocation to the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex of $53 million, and that's in the same vein. I'm wondering if the Honourable Minister will be given consideration to a similar allocation, perhaps in the mid-year review for the San Fernando Teaching Hospital.
What is the question, please, Honorable Member for Faisabad?
Whether consideration will be given in a similar vein to the San Fernando Teaching Hospital.
That is not an educational matter, that is health. When we get to health, we'll deal with that.
Honorable Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm on 006 Education Institutions, line item 19. I noticed that there is no increase with respect to the civil junior life centers. May we have a list of those centers that are going to benefit from this identical allocation, please?
Yes, you'll be provided with that list. Okay.
Honorable Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And this is a follow-up to the question asked by my colleague from
Couva South. And I'm dealing here at 00609, the 16.5 million reduction to grants to assisted primary schools. And I'd like the minister in his answer to specifically indicate whether Jordan Hill Presbyterian and Brothers Road Presbyterian will be affected in any way by this reduction to denominational schools.
Honorable Member for Siparia.
I didn't ask the question.
In writing.
Thank you, madam, but I did not.
Your mic is
All right,
lit.
we thought we saw your name.
I think it was OPC.
Yes? So that answer, could it be given in writing,
Yes.
please?
Madam Chair, my question was,
1 minute, please, Honorable Member for Caroni East.
why this slashing?
1 minute, please, Honorable Member for Caroni East. We now have the Honorable Member for Kamuto Manzanilla.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, I just want on line item 29, grants for students enrolled at private special schools. Are this grant, is it given to the school, or can parents of children who are mildly autistic or encounter other challenges, can they apply for this grant from the Ministry of Education, please? Thank you.
23-2029.
The grant is given to the schools, not to the individual, to the schools.
Honorable Member for Kamuto Manzanilla, you have a follow-up question on that? Yes.
So is it that if a parent through the school would apply, can it be done in that way, or is there any special provision for parents who have children who are challenged in any way to apply for assistance for schools, special schools, because they're very expensive?
I have been advised that the fees here, identified here, those fees are for the schools. Okay, your question doesn't relate to what is here. It is fees for the schools. Okay, what you're asking for can be taken up later on.
Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Madam Chair, there's a question on grants to assisted primary schools, 09. The slashing of 16.5 million, does it mean a reduction in the amount of money?
Honorable Member for Caroni East. You are what line item?
What line item are you on?
09.
09, yes.
Didn't we move to 04?
Does it mean then that these assisted primary schools will be getting less money?
But Honorable Member for Caroni East, I believe that item was dealt with and there's another thing to get it in writing.
He said he will give it in writing?
Grants to assisted primary schools.
Are you present?
Yes.
Okay.
All right,
No, you made a statement on...
Honorable Member for Caroni East, please.
Yeah. Well, I want to ask
Honorable Member for Couva
I'm not finished,
North.
Madam Chair.
Honorable Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 00630, textbook rental management unit secondary schools. Can the Minister give some clarification for the decrease by 1.5 million in 2016?
Let me answer that. The textbook rental provision is based on the condition of the textbooks in the schools, the need for supplementation of the textbooks in the schools. It will vary from year to year. If you look at 2014, you'll see the provision was only $4 million. Then it went up to 20 million in 2015, where they purchased new books to replenish the stock, and then it's going back down to 18.5. So it varies from year to year, depending on the demands in the schools. That's how it works. There's a stock of books. They're supposed to be returned, and you replenish the stock as and when required.
Madam Chair, I just wanted one clarification. On 6, Education Institution 9, grants to assisted primary schools. The word assisted...
Now the third time.
Wait, I asked for clarification. The word assisted...
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Is it specifically related to denominational schools, or are there other schools on that list?
All right. So
what is the list of those schools?
I would suggest in a response in writing that the question asked by the member of Tabakit also be addressed in that response.
It's different to what...
Can I please move on, and we now call on the Honorable Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is directed to the Minister of Finance, who just indicated to my colleague from Faizabad, when he asked the question about Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, the $53 million there, and he indicated that the San Fernando Teaching Hospital is under health. But the thing about it, what I think I would like to know, what is the $53 million for Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex? What is that for?
You know, there is a educational facility at Eric Williams.
I'm very glad the member said that.
Don't you know
understand
that?
the San Fernando Teaching Hospital is an educational facility.
Don't you know that
So
our
you
medical
cannot say
school
it's
is at
held.
Mount
What I'm saying,
You're not aware?
no offense, member. This is a real question. And the thing about it, you've been a little facetious with the Department of Health. You have to understand the San Fernando Teaching Hospital has 2 floors for University of the West Indies, training medical students. He's looking up in the air now. He does that all the time, you know. My question is this, can he follow up with the question for Faizabad?
Yes.
And indicate to us whether the San Fernando Teaching Hospital stroke UE Medical Students Facility will be getting some money to continue. So we would not have to pay gate to Grenada and Mona, Jamaica.
Madam
That is why all
Honorable Minister.
These questions,
it's not a health question.
These questions keep coming in the form of a speech. And they bear no relationship to the line item, Madam Chairman. And I'm asking you to allow me to answer the question without interruption from the other side. This allocation is for the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, where the medical school, the medical faculty of the University of the West Indies is located. How can you ask about San Fernando on a line item that speaks to the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex in Mount Hope? Find the line item with respect to San Fernando and ask the question there.
It being a line item, Madam Chairman, if the line item was more specific. This says Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex. It does not say faculty. No, it didn't say Faculty of Medicine, University of the West Indies.
And Honorable.
And that is where the confusion lies.
But Honorable Member for Baratani Sama, I think the difficulty comes in the way the question, what is asked, maybe not what is intended. And therefore, I think members have to watch the question they're asking, phrase it properly. Thank you.
Question to the Minister of Education and the Minister of Finance. Would there be any...
What line item are you on?
1 minute, please, Honorable.
I'm on line item 41. Line item 41. Would you consider Minister of Education, I'm not speaking Minister of Finance, he seems to be in a different place. Minister of Education, would you consider putting the medical education and nursing education under the Ministry of Health, where it belongs?
I will consult with my Minister of Finance.
Thank you.
Honorable Member for Shagona. Honorable Minister of Finance, please let us try and proceed. Honorable Member for Shagonas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just want to, for the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Education to clarify whether the higher education loan program, item 51, with the allocation of $30 million, whether this is consistent with the plan by the government to deal with means testing and whether the allocation is appropriate.
This is line item 51?
Yes.
And you're asking whether the allocation is appropriate?
Having regard to the announced policy.
Okay. And appropriate there means what? Sufficient?
Yeah.
Madam Chairman, I'll try my best today. I'll go try. I answered a question on GATE already because GATE is in, the allocation for GATE is in the Ministry of Finance. And we went through a long explanation as to have a special GATE fund into which funds are transferred. There was a balance already in the fund, and therefore you have an excess of $700 million in the GATE fund. The GATE fund is where we are looking at the question as to whether a means test should be introduced for wealthy people or not. It has nothing to do with this. This is the higher education loan program, and this is a program to provide funding for expenses that are not associated with tuition, because the T in GATE is tuition, government assistance for tuition expenses. This is the higher education loan plan, which is for funding a loan to students for accommodation, for books, for transportation, and for all the other expenses associated with the university. There's nothing to do with a means test. A means test deals with a grant, not a loan, by definition.
All right, Honorable Member for
Please.
Naparima.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Item 24, grants to government secondary schools. Excuse me, Madam President.
May we have a little order, please? May we have a little order?
Yes, the question relates to, again, the Minister of Finance. Would you permit me to ask the question, please? 006, item 24. And the question I'm asking is, why would the grants to government secondary schools be decreased by $1.5 million in the context of the fact that there are challenges in the government secondary schools in terms of the performance of the exams, and your stated concern that you are looking at government secondary schools, and perhaps you may want to put that in writing. And I would also at the same time take the opportunity on 32 to ask, why is there an increase to private primary schools of $500,000 and a decrease to assisted primary schools by 16 million, but an increase to private primary schools? Is this? I'm sure there's a justification which the minister would enlighten us on. Just two questions.
The Honorable Minister of Finance.
I can answer both questions. In the first instance, a decrease to grants to government secondary schools is 1% of the allocation. And in a budgeting exercise, one provides the funds that are required consistent with the information provided. A decrease of 1 million and 100 million is just 1%. So that if during the year the Minister of Education feels he needs that additional $1 million out of his overall budget of $7,000 million, I am sure the Minister could find 1 million out of 7,000 million elsewhere and do a transfer. Similarly, Madam Speaker, with respect to the second question, again, this is an allocation based on the information and the requests coming from the Ministry of Education to the Ministry of Finance. And I want to make the point. When you're a ministry and you have an allocation of $7 billion, there are some things you can't touch. You can't touch direct charges, you can't touch teachers' salaries, but there are lots of other heads where you can move funds around to meet the exigencies of the service. So a 1% change in a head, in my opinion, in the context of what I've just said, is not significant and will be dealt with.
Madam President, as a follow-up question, a 1% change is not significant, but it points to a direction. And the question is, one would assume that in its policy, that the government schools would be prioritized, and therefore to cut the government schools and increase the denominational schools is inconsistent with your stated policy.
Nabarina, remember what we entertain here are questions. All right, Honorable Member for Caroni East, and remember, members, we're dealing with questions here.
My question has been lingering for a while on the question of number 20 under 006 and 202, fees for students at private secondary schools. There has been no allocation, no increase.
What head are you going back again?
1 minute, please.
You going back again?
My hand has been up.
1 minute, please. Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Yes.
We are an educational institution.
Madam Chair.
Is your question within educational
my hand has been lingering on to ask this question for a long time.
Honorable Minister of Finance, I want to know, we have to finish and we shall finish.
I have had my hand
Is your question
yes.
under the line item educational institutions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
I will allow it. What is the question?
The fees for students at primary school remains the same.
And the question is?
Are there more students now within the private secondary schools which we will need to pay more money for?
Can I suggest that that answer be given in writing, please?
And the
All
second
right,
one
so we're moving
22.
on.
No, just
Chairman,
last
may
one
I
on
make a
22.
request to you?
The local school boards.
1 minute, please,
I'd like
Honorable
to-
Minister of
before-
Finance.
before we
Honorable
continue-
Minister of Finance, I have not recognized you.
Okay.
The local school boards, the minister attempted to give an answer for himself.
What line item are we on now?
Number 22. The local school boards for secondary school, we began paying the increased fee.
Honorable
last
Member,
year. They have-
Carney East.
they-
I don't want a statement.
Madam Chair.
What is the question? Because
The
we dealt
question
with
is
this.
why have they decreased the expenditure for local school boards for secondary schools when last year we had to pay $4.4 million?
You know, I believe the answer for that was when you look at the estimates for 2016,
No.
they were the same as the estimates
Madam Chair,
for
that's what I was coming to, because last
and we
year-
said that would be given in writing.
Right.
All right?
But
So
last year
can
we
we
had
go
more-
on?
Would you recognize
And we are
me now,
moving
please?
on to item 007, households. We are moving on to item 007. Honorable Member for Siparia, I have determined we are moving on to item 007, households. That's quite right. Item 007, households. We're on page 204 for the guidance of everybody. Item 009, other transfers. Honorable Member for Point of Appeal.
No, I just want to ask a question on the household line item 25, civil.
Item 009, other transfers. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Honorable Member for Caroni East.
I see a reduction on item number 02 under transfers to state enterprises of 14.5 million less for the school feeding program. Can you explain why you are cutting the expenditure for the school feeding program from 250 million to 235 million? Are you going to leave out some students who are now receiving meals in schools? Are you cutting meals for students by 14.5
Honorable
million?
Minister of Finance.
Madam Chairman, before I answer this, I had a question. I'd like to ask it now, if you don't mind.
I would really like, Honorable Minister of Finance, if we could deal with the question.
I will,
consideration.
but I am seeking your indulgence just to ask one question.
To ask a question,
Just one.
can we move on, please, to 02,
Madam Chairman,
011,
we're almost at the end of the book. I just want to know if we're going to go back again. What is your ruling on that? Are they going to allow them to go back to previous pages in education? I just want to know.
Well, no, we're not going back
Thank
to
you very
previous,
much.
but I want us to understand that
Thank you
if
very
we're in an item and the item spans pages.
No, I understand that.
Right, thank you.
I'm talking about previous items
No,
that
we
don't
are in
span pages. Thank you very much.
011, page, commencing on page 205,
Okay.
and there's a question, the line
Sure.
item 02.
So that's 01102, National Schools Dietary Services Limited.
Yes.
I got the question. I'm going to answer it now. The revised estimate for 2015 was $250 million. The 2016 estimate is $235,500,000. Madam Speaker, Chairman, we have recognized at the level of the Ministry of Education that there was a lot of overspending in 2015. And therefore, we have chosen to reduce allocations to a number.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Waiting for the rest. The
Honorable
members
Minister of
opposite to stop.
Finance, kindly
We have
proceed.
chosen to reduce allocations where there was a lot of questionable expenditure, a lot of allegations of contracts being awarded under very questionable circumstances, and this one, the National Schools Dietary Services, is a company where we're going to be looking very closely at the contracts that were awarded in 2015, and we do believe that we can provide the same amount of food to the same amount of children with the same amount of dietary and nutrition in it, and quite possibly have a higher quality for less money, because of what happened in this country in 2015 because of the corruption, the waste, and the mismanagement. So that's the answer.
All right, members, any other questions under 011 transfers to state enterprises? Therefore, we're going on to subhead 06. Could we have some order, please? Can we go on to subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies, item 004, statutory bodies. Honorable Member for Caroni East.
53, line item 53, Nalis. Could you give a rationale for moving Nalis from education to communication? You have moved it from education to communication, Nalis. And Nalis has libraries in each one of the secondary schools. Is that a communication? Why are you moving it from
That
education
answer will be supplied to you in writing.
Really? You should be on the able to...
Member, please.
He knows.
Member, please. Subhead 09, Development Program. Consolidated Fund. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. Honorable Member for Chaguanas East.
Madam Chair, when you get to F001, if I can ask a question there, please. On that same page.
Right, okay. Anybody, any questions from item 003, Economic Infrastructure? Therefore, we go on to item 004, Social Infrastructure.
No, Madam Chair, sorry, I was going to ask on F, same page 86, support to non-university tertiary education.
So you're looking at financial services?
Yes, Madam
Yes.
Chair.
Honorable Member for Chaguanas East.
Okay, thank you. Will the Honorable Minister indicate, because this is really a European Union grant to the Government of Trinidad and Tobago to facilitate research projects in a number of areas beneficial to the higher education sector. Will you be kind enough to let us know what projects have been selected for implementation utilizing this fund?
First of all, I'd like to state that not all projects that have been submitted will be funded this year. Those that will be funded will be given to you in writing.
Item 004, Social Infrastructure. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. Infrastructure Development Fund.
Madam Chair, sorry.
Honorable Member for Chaguanas East, Infrastructure Development Fund.
Yeah, on the IDF, page 87D, may I be permitted to ask?
IDF is not on page 87D, the development program is on 87. So we are now on IDF.
Yeah, but
Members, please, we are on the Infrastructure Development Fund, which is at page 291. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. Honorable Member for Caroni East.
002 on pre-primary. Improvement, refurbishment, extension to ECC centers. There is no allocation there, as well as no allocation for procurement of furniture and equipment for ECC centers. Does it mean that you have abandoned everything for refurbishment and improvement of ECC centers? Why is there no allocation whatsoever in these two line items for improvement, refurbishment, extension, and procurement of furniture and equipment for ECC centers? None, absolutely none.
Honorable Minister of Education, are you in a position to give this response orally?
Not at the moment, but we'll furnish you with a report as soon as we can in writing.
I have no rationale for it.
We'll give you that report in writing.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $7,781,013,4 $421 for Head 26. Ministry of Education, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $7,781,013,421 for Head 26. Ministry of Education now stands part of the schedule. Might I thank the representatives of the Ministry of Education for attending and assisting the committee. They are relieved. We move on now to Head 67, the Ministry of Planning and Development. Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, $445,151,850. I will now invite the Honorable Minister of Planning and Development to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, the Ministry of Planning and Development is established as the leader in physical, socio-economic, and environmental planning to provide guiding national policy development, strategic direction, and budget support through the Public Sector Investment Program, the Multilateral and Regional Financial and Development Institutions programs to drive the transformation of Trinidad and Tobago to be more diversified, competitive, innovative, and people-focused. The core institutions placed under the ministry will ensure that there is evidence-based policy planning, results-based planning, and links planning, budgeting, and results to achieve the government's agenda for sustainable, inclusive development and gender-based planning. The Ministry of Planning and Development, therefore, is charged with the responsibility of coordinating the development of the Vision 2030 for Trinidad and Tobago. The ministry is mandated to cooperate with all the relevant agencies to prepare and implement strategies that would lead to the achievement of the goals of the government's vision for the advancement of our Twin Islands state. As a consequence, through its various divisions and agencies, the ministry prepares the Public Sector Investment Program, which is the capital expenditure component of the national budget. It contributes to the prioritizing of government's development program and relates it to the national budget, which, as I said, will be a gender-based budgeting. The ministry interfaces with the Inter-American Development Bank, the Caribbean Development Bank, and the European Union. It also interfaces with the United Nations Development Program and Technical Cooperation. The ministry also monitors those statutory bodies under the ambits of the ministry, ensuring that their financial affairs are conducted in a manner, ensuring that principles of value for money, transparency, and accountability are strictly adhered to. Unfortunately, Madam Chairman, this ministry and Trinidad and Tobago has had to suffer the ignominy of spending over $40 million on a forum on competitiveness, with the result being that our competitiveness index fell and our corruption index rose. Additionally, we have had this situation in the CDA, which falls under this ministry, of over $18,000 being spent monthly on rental of a vehicle for the non-executive chairman, and the situation of the company of the son of a minister being given $4 million for public relations work not completed. Madam Chairman, with the realignment of the environment function, the ministry's role is also to ensure that consideration is given to the environment in all government's development plans and programs, and emphasis will therefore be placed on this new focus of the ministry. Madam Chairman, thank you very much for this opportunity, and the Ministry of Planning and Development will be working hand in hand with all government ministries to achieve the government's vision. Thank you very kindly, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $445,151,850 for Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $445,151,850 for Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, and we're on the page 427 for the information of members. Item 001, general administration. Honorable member for Caroni Central.
Under general administration and looking at the general increase on page 426, can that be explained simply by the incorporation of the Ministry of the Environment with the Ministry of Planning and Development?
Yes, member for Caroni Central.
Okay.
Item 0.
Might I respond to the member on the matters raised in the general comments of the minister?
No, I'm very sorry, Honorable Member for Caroni Central. We are dealing with the line items. The line items.
So I have to wait till I get there.
Please.
Okay.
Item 001, General Administration. We are moving on to item 003, Technical Cooperation. Item 004, Central Statistical Office. Item 005, Urban and Regional Planning Division. Item 00.
Could I ask something on the Central
Honorable
Statistical Office?
Member for Caroni Central.
Minister of Planning and Development. Wouldn't it be true to say that when you came to the ministry, that there were significant advances made at the
Honorable Member for Caroni Central, could you refer me to
Central
the line
Statistical
item?
Office?
No, I'm sorry. I am 1 minute, please, members. We are now leaving Honorable Member for Caroni Central. I will entertain a question on item 005 because I was about to move on to 006. So if it is that I've moved a little too quickly and somebody wants to ask a question on item 005, which is Urban and Regional Planning Division, I will entertain that. If not, I am moving on to item 006, Green Fund Executing
But
Unit.
I didn't get 004, ma'am.
I called it 004, Honorable Member for Caroni Central.
But maybe you're faster on the draw than
I'm very sorry.
ma'am.
I called and I paused. Honorable Member for Chaguanas West.
Ma'am, this is
Madam Chairman.
Honorable Member for Caroni
Madam
Central. Honorable Member for Caroni Central, I really would prefer if you retract that statement. Honorable Member for Caroni Central, I will really prefer that you retract that statement.
Retract what, ma'am?
That this is not a primary school.
I didn't say primary, I said it's not a school.
Whatever it is.
If that is
Honorable Member for Caroni Central.
If that is offensive to you, ma'am, I withdraw. It was not meant to be offensive.
I've heard you. May we go on, please? I now recognize the Honorable Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, ma'am. With respect to the Green Fund Executing Unit, the member articulated that it is their intention to expand to Tobago, but I see that the allocation remains the same. So I just wanted to know how can there be a reconciliation of the policy position indicated by the Honourable Minister and the allocation remaining the same.
Remember, there had been no previous movement into Tobago. We are of the view that if we need more than this in order to do that expansion into Tobago, we will be able to get the funds in order to do that. But based on what has happened with the Green Fund, we feel that this allocation is adequate and that Tobago will be covered.
Item 008, Project Planning and Reconstruction Division. Item 009, Environmental Policy and Planning Division. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration, and we are at page 430. Item 002, Library Service Unit. Item 003, Technical Cooperation. Item 004, Central Statistical Office. Honorable Member for Couva North.
Thank you. Under 00408, rent lease, office accommodation and storage, we have seen a sharp increase by 11.45 million for rent lease. Can the Minister explain that?
Honorable Minister of Planning and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Member, you may know that the Central Statistical Office has recently been moving to new accommodation, having not been adequately accommodated for perhaps 4 years, and they're moving to new accommodation, and this would explain the increase for the accommodation. A lot of members of that, staff of that division were operating from home, but just prior to us coming into office, they were moved to new accommodation. So that explains the figure.
Honorable Member for Caroni Central.
Yes. I think, Honorable Member, you would agree that most of your units at the ministry operate very effectively and efficiently. And the Central Statistical Office is no exception. And that the move that was made was moved...
1 minute, please. Proceed, Honorable Member for Caroni Central.
The move that was made at the Central Statistical Office was to take care of problems that have been in long standing, as indeed have been a number of the reforms that took place there, including bringing the unemployment statistics up to date for the first time in a decade or so.
What line item is it?
Having said that,
the question is...
The question is...
What line item?
1 minute, please, Honorable Minister of Finance.
Without playing politics, has there not been significant advances in the rehabilitation of the Central Statistical Office in keeping with the recommendations
And
that
Honorable
were
Member
made?
for Carney Central, could you guide me with respect to which line item you're referring to?
Central Statistical Office 004.
Yes, a line item.
That's a head.
Which one of the line items are we
Which item?
addressing?
The minister made a response.
An honorable member for Carney Central, I believe we have already addressed that issue, so that I am willing to entertain a question on any of the line items under 004, which are numbered 01 to 96.
I can't find it in a line item.
Okay, so honorable member for Carney Central, what I'll do is, members, please, I will entertain the next person. If you can find the line item that you want to pose your question under, and I will revert to you. Honorable member for Naparima.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at item 08, which is an 11 million increase, and I'm contrasting that with 16 contract employment, where there's a 200,000 decrease. Training, item 17, page 432. Training, there's a decrease. Short-term employment, there's a decrease. And the question I'm asking is, it seems to be skewed, the increased expenditure, in terms of rent and property rather than human resources. And would he agree that, given the challenges with the Central Statistical Office, that attention should be paid to the human resource development?
For planning and development.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, in answer to the member for Naparima, I'd like to indicate that because of the fact that we are trying to regularize the employment at the CSO, the short-term employment is being reduced, and actual bodies who can actually do the projects and proceed with what is necessary for the advancement of the CSO, those persons are in fact being employed. Additionally, we are working with the IDB and Statistics Sweden. We have done work with Statistics Sweden in order to deal with the issue of training and in order to ensure that we have an independent statistical unit that will be developed over a short period of time in order to ensure that the CSO gets to the standard that it should be as an independent institution to provide accurate statistics. So that explains the increases and decreases where you see them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just to follow up with the honourable member, the honourable minister, and the response. You had already indicated, your government has indicated a desire, a policy decision to establish another institute to deal with statistics. It was described to us earlier in the budget statement. Why are you going to make this sort of investment in the statistical unit, which you intend to close down in the first place?
As usual, Madam, go ahead and answer. As usual, the member for Oropouche East seems to be misleading this House. We have never said that we would be closing down the CSO. This government has said from day one, and even when we were in government previously, that the intention is to make an independent statistical institute. And consequently, we are back on that road with the assistance of the IDB and other agencies, and we're moving assiduously in that direction. We have never indicated that we'll be closing down the CSO. We have indicated that we will be developing an independent statistical institute that will include staff of the CSO, persons from the Central Bank, and the University of the West Indies. We said that.
Honourable member for Carney Central.
I would just say, ma'am, that the member is seeking to mislead this House because she's continuing what we started.
Honourable member for Carney Central. Could you relate what
unreasonable.
Could we stop the crosstalk, please, members, and let's have a little order? Honourable member for Carney Central, could you identify a line item and the question that relates to that line item?
There's no specific line item there. The minister is making general statements that are untrue which he knows to be untrue.
Honorable Member for Carney Central.
I have no problem with her progress.
The statement that the Honorable Minister made was in relation to a particular question that was asked. Why suppress, why make an investment in a unit that you intend to close down? And therefore the answer related to the question that was asked. So I'm asking you, can you therefore relate your question to a line item? If not, I will proceed and I go on to item 005, Urban and Regional Planning Division. Item 006, Green Fund Executing Unit. Item 008, Project Planning and Reconstruction Division. Item 009, Environmental Policy and Planning Division. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. We are at page 435 for the guidance of members. Item 002, Library Service Unit. Item 003, Technical Cooperation. Item 004, Central Statistical Office. Item 005, Urban and Regional Planning Division. Item 006, Green Fund Executing Unit. Item 008, Project Planning and Reconstruction Division. Item 009, Environmental Policy and Planning Division. We're moving on now to subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, which is at page 438 for the guidance of members. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 006, Educational Institutions. Item, Honorable Member for Carney Central, item 006, Educational Institutions.
Caribbean Industrial Research Institute. This is an institution that plays an important role in the development. Well, better wait till we get to the development budget.
Item, members, could we have some order, please? Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Item 010, Other Transfers Abroad. We move on to subhead 06, Current Transfers to Statutory Boards and Similar Bodies. We are at page 440 for the guidance of members. Item 004, Statutory Bodies.
Yes, Chaguaramas Development Authority.
Honorable Member for Carney Central.
Yes, ma'am, in your opening statement, you made some allegations about Chaguaramas Development Authority.
So we are at item 49,
yes.
Item 49?
Yes.
Yes, please.
It had to do with some allegation about the chairman and something about a public relations firm. Did those Was the minister involved in this?
Excuse me? Might I please? Are we on item 06, current transfers to statutory bodies and similar bodies?
Yes.
And this is under current transfers to statutory bodies and similar bodies.
Yes, but she
So,
made...
Honorable Member,
It
for
has to
Caroni
do with
Central,
the use of money, ma'am.
Honorable Member for Caroni Central, I am not going to allow your question because it's not under current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies.
Madam
Any
Chair,
other question, please?
Madam Chair, the minister made the allegation.
Honorable Member for...
And you are protecting the minister.
Honorable Member for Couva South. Do you have a question on a line item here?
I am just supporting what the member for Caroni Central said.
I have ruled, Honorable Member for Couva South, that I am not allowing the question. Any other question under item 004, statutory bodies? Honorable Member for Caroni East.
As far as I see, the honorable member was on line item Chaguaramas Development Authority 49, and he's being prevented from asking this question.
Are you, Honorable Member for Caroni East? Honorable Member for Caroni East. I would really wish that we be guided in our words. The Honorable Member was never prohibited from asking his question. Can we go on sub-item 09, Development Program? Consolidated Fund. What page? I'm on page 196 of the draft estimates for Development Program. Consolidated Fund. Item 001, Pre-Investment. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and other services. Infrastructure Development Program. And we are at page 345 for the guidance of members. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $445,151,850 for Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $445,151,850 for Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, now stands part of the schedule. I want to thank the Honorable Minister and the representatives from the Ministry of Planning and Development for coming to assist the committee, and you all are relieved. Can we move on now to Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities? And for the guidance of all members, we are now proceeding to page 276 of the draft estimates for recurrent expenditure.
Could I raise a matter this time when we wait for the technical people? Ma'am, I can understand the need to move quickly and so on, but I just want to observe respectfully that this process could be undermined by such haste and such attempt by members of the government side to bulldoze the process that we have on this side. When we catch ourselves to simply to move to a page, you're already there and announcing another page. I know we are pressed for time today due to no fault of hours, but I'll just ask for us to just concentrate, but follow the process with much more consideration. Then there's a risk that we can defeat this very process by an undue haste to get through the heads. Respectfully.
Madam Chair, if I may, we take great offense on this side to the suggestion that the government is bulldozing a process that, for the record, is really one driven by the opposition. One would have thought that they would have researched their line items and been prepared and listening to it in a manner where they can contribute and ask the questions on time.
Honorable members, both comments are noted. I am proceeding now to the head under consideration. Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities. Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, the sum of $3,976,709,000. I will now invite the Minister of Public Utilities to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Madam Chairman, the public utility sector has been allotted the sum of $4.425 billion in fiscal 2016. The ministry will be aiming to restore public confidence and rebuild this nation's trust in the delivery of public utilities. In this regard, I intend to manage the affairs of the ministry utilizing the core values of service excellence, partnership, transparency, accountability, integrity, trust, and mutual respect. Good governance in the spending of public funds must therefore be the order in fiscal 2016 for the Ministry of Public Utilities and the agencies under its purview, that is WASA, TNTEC, CPEP, SWIMCOL, and TT Post. In addition, stringent reviewing, monitoring, and evaluation of programs and projects will become priority.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $3,976,709,000 for head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $3,976,709,000 for the head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. For the guidance of members, we are at page 276. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001. General Administration. Honorable Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Personal expenditure, general administration, I see there's a decrease by $15,350,000. I'd like to find out the reason for that decrease in the context of the personnel of the Ministry of Public Utilities.
And the Honorable Minister of Finance will give that answer in writing on this general undertaking. Can we go on to head 002, Meteorological Services?
No, ma'am, I'm not yet complete.
You're still under?
Yeah, I'm still under 001. 01.
Honorable Member for Chaguanas West.
There is a similar decrease of $2.2 million in salaries and cost of living allowance. Is this part of the general undertaking?
Honorable Member for Chaguanas West, everything under 01 for every head will be dealt with under that general undertaking. 002, Meteorological Services. 005, Electrical Inspectorate.
Yeah. Similarly, Madam
Honorable Member for Chaguanas West.
Similarly, Madam Chair, in 01, salaries and costs of living allowance for the Electrical Inspectorate, there's a decrease of $950,000.
Honorable Member for Chaguanas West, that will be covered by the undertaking. Honorable Member for Kamuto, Manson Nila.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, Minister, can you indicate on line item 42 of 002, goods and services, why there's a decrease in the street lighting?
We are still under subhead 01.
Oh, sorry.
And we've now reached the electrical inspectorate 005.
Okay.
We are now going on to item, Member for Tabaki, did you have a question under that? All right, so we're going on to item 007, 00.
You want to know about that one too?
006 government printry.
You want to know about it?
He has a significant increase in.
Is this his government printry?
Yes, ma'am.
Gone.
Significant increase. Could you explain?
Gone to another
Isn't there an explanation there in the explanation column?
In black and white.
Saying transferred to head Ministry of Communications. All right, so we'll take it there, please, Honorable Member for Shogunas West. All right, can we go on, please? Item 007, General Administration. We're moving on to subhead 03. And this is at page 298 for the guidance of members. 278, sorry. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001. General Administration.
Yes, ma'am. Contract employment. There is a significant, there's a small increase, and it includes provision for graduate employment. Is this confined to graduate employment, or does it include additional employment?
Utilities.
It includes additional employment.
Honorable Member for Shogunas West.
Lighting on number 42, madam, on our goods and services. There's a decrease of 7.6 million in street lighting. What does that mean in the context of the lighting up program that the honorable member talked about?
Line item, what?
Yeah, item.
Well, the light already?
No, well.
Honorable Minister of Public Utilities, are you in a position to give that answer orally, or you would give it in writing?
I'll give it in writing.
Honorable Member for Tabakit. Item 002, meteorological services. Item 005, electoral inspectorate. Honorable Member for Shogunas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similarly, item 16, contract employment. There's an increase by 1.855 million for contract employment. This is an employment different from in the electrical inspectorate, having regard to the fact that previously under general administration, there was a decrease of $2.2 million.
That is contract employment for electrical inspectors.
Let me just deal with the particular question. If you look at the original allocation for that head for 2015, you see 3.5 million. Remember Shogunas West?
Yes, I'm
right. So if you look at the line item 2015 original, you see 3.5 million. Okay? But they were only able to spend 395,000. So during fiscal 2015, they were not able to fill the positions. So now they get an increased allocation because they anticipate they will fill the positions in 2016 that they couldn't fill in 2015.
Item 007, General Administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. And we're at page 283. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Meteorological Services. Item 005, Electrical Inspectorate. Item 007, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, page 285. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 007, Households. Honorable Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with respect to the Utilities Assistance Program, I see that there has been an increase of 1.4 million from the previous allocation in 2015 of 4.6, and whether this is sufficient to meet the expansion of the program, and how many households and, well, individuals will be impacted by this increase.
Could that be in writing, please?
It will be given in writing.
Item 9, item 009, item 009, other transfers. Item 011, I'm sorry, Honorable Member for Chaguanas West.
You have to cast your eye at times. The CPEP program, other transfers, remains at $609 million, so that therefore the program will be sustained in its current form.
We didn't want to do any radical surgery on CPEP until we understood what was going on. If you look at the allocations for this program over the years, it's gone from 300 million to 600 million. There's been a doubling of expenditure and a very large jump in the number of persons employed. So we felt that we would just put the allocation and then spend the time over the next couple of months reviewing it to see whether we should continue with this level of expenditure in CPEP.
Honorable Member for Orange East.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, for the record, we still have 5 minutes to ask a question, but I want to proceed. Bearing in mind the statement from the Minister of Finance, my question to the Minister of Public Utilities, over the last year, CPEP generated revenue to the tune of more or less $22 million. Do you have a further strategy in the coming fiscal year for generating more revenue from CPEP to offset this expenditure, which the Minister indicated was a concern?
When we make a comprehensive examination of CPEP, we'll put it for you in writing.
In writing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory bodies.
Ma'am, I was still at 09.
Item 009, other transfers.
Yes. In dealing with the TNTEC repayment loan, number 13, TNTEC repayment of loan to the National Gas Company. Madam Chair, there is a decrease of $8.709 million. And I just wanted to, whether it's in writing, whether this loan now is completed with this payment, or how much money is outstanding for that TNTEC loan to the National Gas Company. And similarly, in item 14, repayment of loan Recove Power Station, there is an allocation of now $1.856 million, and whether or not that loan has been repaid by TNTEC on the issue.
Honorable Minister for Public Utilities.
Would
that response be given in writing?
Yes. That response will be given in writing.
Yeah. Just for clarification, and I'd like the Honourable Member to clarify whether this is the TNTEC loan to the National Gas Company, whether it's related to the TGU in that regard.
No. No, it's not related.
Honorable Member for Tabakee.
Current transfers to other sorry. 06.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory bodies and similar bodies, item
Cut out solid waste.
004, statutory bodies. Honorable Member for Tabaquit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in this instance, I want to refer to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the statutory boards and other similar bodies, page 213, under goods and services that relate to WASA. And I... And I notice under goods and services, item 120212 sub, materials and supplies have been cut by $29.8 million, and other contracted services have been cut by $70 million. Is this an indication that WASA is in any way cutting down on its program of the expansion of water mains to communities that now do not have water mains?
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Let me answer that. We made the allocations, and the answer is no.
Honorable Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm dealing with current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies, item 51, the Water and Sewage Authority. In the allocation of 2.257, I would like to get a breakdown of the revenue generated by the Water and Sewage Authority, so that therefore it offsets part of the subventions to WASA and also the loans over the period. So that therefore, because from my understanding of it operates is that you have revenue generated in terms of its operating expenditure and recurrent expenditure, and then you have the additional government subventions on an annual basis to deal with the additional monies due to the enterprise.
But, let me just deal with that. If you go to page 210 of the same book,
which one?
This one. Draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of statutory boards. Okay? Everything, all your questions will be answered there. All right?
It means based on the figures, at the end of the day, they have a net surplus of about $28 million.
I don't know what you mean by that. We have an appropriation to the Ministry of Public Utilities for a transfer to the Water and Sewage Authority in the sum of $2,257,949,000. And as the members correctly pointed out, that transfer is required to supplement their income. Obviously, you had to add it. You see how expensive WASA is? $5 billion.
Honorable Member for Kamuto Manzanilla.
Thank you, Chair. In the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure for statutory boards and similar bodies, page 214, I noticed in line 68 under goods and services 02, water trucking. In light of the fact that there is a dry season, I mean we're in wet season, but it hasn't rained as much. Is it prudent to really reduce at this time any services with water trucking? And another question, which is not related, but if you could probably answer it in one. 69, road reinstatement. There's also a decrease, and I was wondering if it is that you're going to not have much work in reinstating a lot of roads that are outside. Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
I can answer that. I can tell you that we certainly would be assisting the Ministry of Public Utilities in providing funding for water trucking and road reinstatement. And if additional funds are required, they'll be provided because it's a very serious matter. Okay?
Honorable Member for Tabaquit.
Madam Chair, thank you. I asked a question about the cuts in other contracted services, and materials and supply. And that is related also to road reinstatement, where there's also a cut. Because if you're cutting back on the number of roads that you're going to put water, you'll also slash on the reinstatement. So obviously there's some program.
What line item is this?
I'm asking the question on line current transfers and subsidies for voluntary early separation plan, for which $64 million has been placed in 2016. Is it the intention of WASA to offer a VSEP program to its workers this year?
What line item are you on, please?
I am page 214 of the other book. Under current transfers and subsidies, 0408. I'm asking whether it is the intention of WASA to have a VSEP program in 2016.
Well, obviously. There's an allocation for it.
So you're going to have a VSEP program?
Well, you've had it for the last 3 years. You have had a VSEP program for the last 3 years.
I just want to know whether you also
just continue what you're doing. The same thing you were doing for the last 3 years. In fact, we have less money than you.
Honorable Minister of Finance, I think the question is answered. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. And for the guidance of members, we are on page 125 of the draft estimates of development program. Honorable Member for Kamuto Manzanilla.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, through your chair, if you can identify on line item 586, lighting of parks and recreational grounds, if there will be any grounds or parks lit in the Kamuto Manzanilla, if I can get in writing, please.
We'll put the in writing for you.
Thank you.
Item 004, Social Infrastructure. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. We now go to the Infrastructure Development Fund. Honorable Member for Kamuto Manzanilla, you're under item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services.
Page 126. Transport and Communication.
We at 129, page 129.
Okay.
Item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. That's where it commences. And we now move on to the infrastructure development. Do you have a question?
Yeah.
And this is under item 005, please.
005.
Multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable Member for
047, Madam Chair. Development of an integrated water security program for Tobago. I want the Minister to indicate whether or not that includes the desilting of the Hillsborough Dam, which has been on the books for over several generations. Before that too. But because it's part of the integrated, or to be part of the integrated water security for Tobago.
Honorable Minister for Public Utilities, are you in a position to give that answer already?
I'll give that in writing.
Right?
Hey. The allocation is, I just want to respond to the Honorable Minister of Finance. The allocation is always smaller.
Honest West, I have recognized the Honorable Minister of Public Utilities and he gave the answer that will be in writing. Anything else under item 005, multi-sectoral and other services? And therefore, can we go into the Infrastructure Development Fund? Item 003, Economic Infrastructure, and that is at page 309. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $3,976,709,000 for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $3,976,709,000 for head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, now stands part of the schedule. And I would like to thank the Honorable Minister and the representatives of the Ministry of Public Utilities for coming and assisting the committee, and you are now relieved. Can we go on to head 31, Ministry of Public Administration? And for guidance of members, we are at page 233 of the draft estimates for recurrent expenditure. Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration. Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, $1,184,531,491. I will now invite the Minister of Public Administration to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Madam Chairman, I thank you for the opportunity to make this opening statement to outline briefly the purpose of the Ministry of Public Administration in the national landscape and to answer questions on the recurrent expenditure and development program budgetary allocations for 2016. In essence, Madam Chairman, the Ministry of Public Administration has responsibility for ensuring that systems and processes are in place for the effective management of the public sector, to lead the transformation and modernization of the public service into a new diamond standard of excellence, to be responsible for helping create a suitable enabling environment for the uptake and usage of information and communication technology, both nationally and by government. This means that for the financial year 2016, the Ministry of Public Administration has assumed a wider portfolio compared to the previous budget cycle. While the Scholarships and Advanced Training Division has been transferred to the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Public Administration has been given responsibility for ICT and also the Property and Real Estate Services Division of Government. Assuming additional responsibilities during a time of increasing financial constraints is a challenge. However, the team at the Ministry of Public Administration and I believe that every challenge also presents an opportunity. Reduced cash flows force us to be more efficient and rigorous in making the best use of limited resources. We become more innovative and inclusive as we increasingly partner with other stakeholders, both within government and also from the private sector and civil society. Our focus is sharpened as we work to implement a smaller number of high-priority programs and initiatives. I am therefore confident that by improving internal efficiencies, partnering and collaborating with all government and national stakeholders, and above all, by harnessing the considerable pool of talent that makes up the staff of the Ministry of Public Administration, we will be well placed to achieve our work program for the coming financial year and beyond. Thank you for this opportunity, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $1,184,531,491 for head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $1,184,531,491 for head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration, and for the guidance of members, we are at page 233. Honorable Member for Faisabad. Item 001, General Administration.
I was just going to go to page 232 just to get a broad picture because there's an increase of 1 billion.
Honorable Member for Faisabad, we are at page 233, item 001, General Administration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask later on.
Item 002, Science and Technology. Item 005, Property and Real Estate Management Services. Item 006, Public Management Consulting Division. Item 007, Public Service Academy. Item 009, Public Service Transformation Division. Item 015, Strategic Services and Information Technology Division. Item 019, Diamond Division. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 236. Item 001, General Administration, Honorable Member for Faisabad.
On that page referring to item 16, the increase in contract employment of almost $7 million, if the Minister can give an undertaking in terms of the explanation.
The Ministry's 6-year plan was approved in late fiscal 2015, so it's expected that the contract positions will be filled in 2016.
Can the Minister indicate how many contract positions can be expected to be filled?
We'll put that in writing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Item 002, Science and Technology. Item 003, National Information and Communication Technology Center, Secretariat. Item 005, Property and Real Estate Management Services. Honorable Member for Faisabad.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Chairman. This will be item 08 in terms of the allocation for rent, lease of office accommodation and storage. If the Minister can perhaps indicate in writing the allocation. 08, rent lease.
Yeah.
The allocation of 486,100,000.
Honorable Minister for Public Administration, are you in a position to answer?
We'll put that in writing.
The list of the buildings.
Item 006, Public Management Consulting Division. Item 007, Public Service Academy. Item 009, Public Service Transformation Division, the member for Faisabad.
In relation to line 66, hosting of conferences, seminars, and other functions, I note that there's an increase of $8,050,000 there. Can the Minister indicate what would account for that substantial increase in allocation?
This is attributable to the hosting of the 2016 biennial conference of the Commonwealth Association for Public Administration and Management. Cabinet agreed to the hosting of this conference in fiscal year 2016 at a cost of $19.8 million.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Item 015, Strategic Services and Information Technology Division. Item 018, Strategic Human Resource and Management Division, ICT Secretariat. Item 019, Diamond Division. Honorable Member for Faizabad.
Line 23, fees of $800,000. Can you indicate or give an idea what those fees will be for?
No.
Honorable Member for Minister for Public Administration.
Yeah, this was a audit consultancy to audit the Diamond Standard program.
Okay.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, and for the guidance of members, we are at page 245. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, science and technology. Item 003, national information and communication technology. Item 005, property and real estate management services. Item 006, public management consulting division. Item 007, public service academy. Item 015, strategic services and information technology. Item 018, strategic human resource and management division, ICT. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Members, we are on page 248 for your guidance. Item 001, regional bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Item 003, United Nations organizations. Item 004, international bodies. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. We now move on to subhead 09, development program. Consolidated fund, and is at page 105 of the draft estimates of the development program. Consolidated fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable Member for Faizabad.
Sorry, are we on page 106?
Yes.
I was going to refer to item 021, enhance career and succession management processes in the public service, and to note that there's a decrease of
yes.
500,000. Could the Minister indicate what sort of training is involved under that head, and why would there be that decrease allocation?
Yes.
Public Administration.
Yes, Madam Chair, the cost varies from year to year, but it deals with leadership training for the public service.
Yes.
Yeah.
Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Page 106, e-government and knowledge brokering program. From 107 million revised estimate in 2015 to 20 million in 2016. Could you give us some degree of understanding on if that was spent in 2015, although it was budgeted at 50 million, why is there the significant decrease in the e-government, particularly when the government is speaking about improvement in broadband connectivity across the country.
Honorable Minister for Public Administration.
No, I'll take that. This project is funded by IDB loan, and it ends in December of this year. So it's on a phase basis. You have different demands for funding at different times.
The IDB component has been utilized already. I see the government has 20 million GRTT. That means the IDB component has been spent, and the government part is 20 million.
Well, Member for Caroni East, forgive me. That's what it says. But that's what it says. Are you asking me if there's a misprint?
On the IDB loan, it had nothing written.
Yeah, so you asked me if there's a misprint?
No, I'm asking you whether, in fact, they have spent all the money under the IDB.
But there's no allocation for it.
How much was the IDB loan?
What's the question?
How much was the IDB loan? You have nothing for it now. So how much was the IDB loan originally?
IDB facility comes to an end in December of this year.
Still not answering the question.
We have no allocation for it.
It has none now, but what was the original IDB loan?
Which line item would that be?
Same line item.
You want to go back?
No, same line item.
Honorable Minister of Finance, could that be given in writing?
Whatever the question is.
He doesn't know the answer.
It will be given in writing.
Whatever the question is.
Honorable members, please. Honorable Minister of Finance and Honorable Member for Caroni East. Honorable Member for Faizabad.
Just on page 106, item 40, the development of a business continuity plan for the public service. I note that there is no allocation in 2016. Can an explanation be given, Minister?
Of Public Administration.
Yeah, this plan is ongoing.
Business continuity. It's ongoing. There's one final payment to be made in the second quarter.
There's one final payment to be made in the second quarter of 2016, and after the midway review, yeah, we will get funding.
Honorable Member for Faizabad.
054, establishment of a virtual call center in the public service. I see that there is no allocation for that, Minister.
This project is more or less complete. It's in the testing phase right now, and we expect that it would be launched soon.
Thank you.
Honorable Member for Caroni. All right. And therefore, we now go on to the Infrastructure Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. And we're at page 303 of the draft estimates for the development program. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $1,184,531,491 for head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $1,184,531,491 for head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, now stands part of the schedule. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister and the members of the representatives of the Ministry of Public Administration for attending, assisting the committee. You are relieved. Head 11, the Registration, Recognition and Certification Board. Head 11. Members, we are at 49 of the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board, $5,601,340. I will now invite the Honorable Minister of Labour to make a brief opening statement not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and allow me the opportunity to extend to you my own personal congratulations regarding your ascension to such a prestigious position. We pray that Almighty God would grant you wisdom in guiding this House. A warm good afternoon to my colleagues on this side and also the members of the House on the other side, in particular the member for Superior. Madam Chair, the Registration, Recognition and Certification Board was created by the Industrial Relations Act, Chapter 8801. And the purpose of the Act really is to make better provision for the stabilization, improvement, and promotion of industrial relations. The board is responsible for the processing of applications for certification or recognition, petitions for variation, particularly variation of bargaining units, agency shop orders, membership in good standing, and worker within the meaning of the Act. The Registration, Recognition and Certification Board, Madam Chair, under this new administration, there will be certain realignments to ensure that the work of the board enhances the rights of workers in Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $5,601,340 for Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $5,601,340 for Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, Item 001, General Administration. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $5,601,340 for Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $5,601,340 for Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board now stands part of the schedule. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister and the representatives from the Registration, Recognition and Certification Board for attending and assisting the committee. They are now relieved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone.
Can we move on to Head 30, Ministry of Labour and Small Enterprises Development. Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprise Development, $212,147,500. I will now invite the Honorable Minister of Labor and Small Enterprise Development to make a brief opening statement not exceeding 5 minutes.
I thank you, Madam Chairman, and I thank you for the opportunity to share a few brief remarks with you and the members of this committee as we prepare to consider the funds allocated to the Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprise Development. The government of Trinidad and Tobago has committed, among other things, to the promotion of sustainable economic growth, the provision of a clear framework of the rights and responsibilities in the workplace, strengthening tripartisan social dialogue and consultation, and to small business development and entrepreneurship. As the name of the ministry suggests, Madam Chairman, our work is pursued on two main planks: labor administration and small enterprise development. These two broad areas of work are fundamental pillars of the economy, which require sustained effort and targeted investment in order to facilitate positive impact at the levels of the individual, the enterprise, the community, the economy, and indeed the country. Our work, Madam Chairman, has far-reaching impact and extends beyond the traditional role of ministries of labor, at one time regarded only as facilitators of industrial peace and harmony. While this aspect of our work remains paramount, there are many other developmental areas of work on the labor administration and small enterprise agendas, which we propose to pursue in fiscal year 2015 to 2016. In this regard, some of the key areas the ministry proposes to focus on in the new fiscal year includes the revision of the Industrial Relations Act, simplification of the recognition process for trade unions, occupational safety and health, promotion of the rights of workers, the Fair Share program, green business, small enterprise and cooperative development, and entrepreneurship. Madam Chairman, we are committed to efficient and effective use of the funds that we have been allocated, although we would wish that the Minister of Finance would have allocated us a little more, and to monitoring and evaluation on an ongoing basis. We will keep national development at the forefront of our planning and implementation. And most importantly, Madam Chairman, we will enhance the consultative approach and keep in focus the promotion of decent work and growth and development of small enterprises in Trinidad and Tobago. Our focus, Madam Chairman, will be people-centered and nation-driven. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $212,147,500 for Head 30, Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprise Development, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $212,147,500 for Head 30, Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprise Development is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. For the guidance of members, we are at page 222. Item 001, general administration. Honourable member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Minister on the 06 new remuneration to board members. I see that there is an increase of remuneration to $2,847,000. Is the Minister willing to provide a breakdown on whether new boards are being remunerated?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. I'm to advise that 4 new boards have been established, and they are the Business Advisory Board for Integrated Business Incubator System, the Enterprise Investment Fund Board, Social Dialogue Task Force, and lastly, Trinidad and Tobago Small and Micro Enterprise Council. I trust that that meets with the...
Superior.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, would you be kind enough to provide us with a list of the names of the directors of these various boards that you mentioned, together with their qualifications?
Absolutely. Would you like it, through the chair, would you like it now?
The chair will.
That will be given in writing.
Subsequently.
And I just want to remind members that with respect to personal expenditure, the general undertaking given by the Honourable Minister of Finance also applies. So I'll just entertain questions under this head if it falls outside of that. Honourable Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to find out whether on the personal expenditure, whether that includes the transfer of the on-the-job training program to this ministry.
Honourable
No, it does not.
Of Labour.
But the OJT program has been transferred to the Ministry of Labour.
Yes, indeed it has. We are still working out the logistics in terms of how it would operate.
Item 002, cooperatives. Item 003, friendly societies. Item 004, occupational safety and health authority. Honourable Member for Caroni East.
Would the Honourable Minister of Labour and Small Enterprise be kind enough to give a little understanding of the requirement for increased expenditure by OSH authority?
Well, I gather, Madam Chair, the Honourable Member is under 004. Yes? Actually, there are some long-standing problems with regards to the OSH. As you may or may not be aware, where they have been presently housed cannot accommodate the entire unit. And some 17 officers are operating from home, a situation that is causing me and the rest of the ministry grave concerns. We are attempting to locate alternative accommodation so all the employees can be housed under one roof, and they will all report for duty 8 to 4 Monday to Thursday, 8 to 4:15 Monday to on a Friday.
Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Honourable Member for Superior.
224. Thank you, Honourable Madam Chair. Line item 22, short-term employment. I note that there has been a slash by $2.1 million, and if the Minister will be kind enough to explain why is the allocation cut in this regard.
Madam Chair, I'm sure the member for Superior and her colleagues would be happy to know that our government will be reviewing the position concerning contract employees, and we will be looking at converting those contract positions into permanent positions on the establishment. We have to bring contract employment back on track.
You mean off track?
No, back on track, meaning contract work is for a specific period and then people go off. And where work is of a continuous nature, people really ought not to be on contract 5 years, 10 years, as the case may be.
Okay, would you be kind enough then to supply us with the total numbers of persons who are present on contract employment in your ministry?
Yeah, we will.
In writing.
Subsequently, Madam Chair, subsequently, of course.
Honourable Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under Goods and Services. 08, rent lease, office accommodation and storage. There has been an increase of $2,320,000. Could the Minister provide us with an explanation?
Certainly. Through you, Madam Chair, the estimates for 2016 for this item was increased due to the increase in rental for the following subunits: Duke Street, San Fernando and Tobago.
Item 002. Honorable Member for Superior. Item 002, Cooperatives, Honorable Member for Caroni Central.
Yeah, Chair, through you to the Minister. 002 cooperatives and, if I may be allowed, 003 friendly societies. We've had some challenges with cooperatives.
Madam Chair, permit me, I'm having difficulty in following the honorable member. Could you please assist?
I expect that he is at page 225, 002 cooperatives.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
And the friendly societies on the next page at the top.
Well, honorable member, may I ask if you ask each and it's still, because then we will be jumping all about the place.
No,
so
well,
in terms of cooperatives.
It's just one
Just ask
general
which subhead or sub-item.
Honorable Minister of Finance, we will get that. I will ensure that we get that. Let's just hear the question.
002 is cooperatives.
Yes.
And because the question was of a general nature,
No, can we have
I wanted to relate it also to 003.
Honorable Member for Caroni Central, the way we would like to proceed on this is to have questions with respect to the various line items. So I am prepared to hear you both on 002 cooperatives and on 003 friendly societies when we reach there.
Yes.
So if you could relate each question for each item to an item here, you may proceed. So we are in 002 cooperatives.
All right.
Honorable Member for Caroni Central.
All right. In the case of cooperatives, these are institutions that we have all grown up with in the society.
Not on a line item.
1 minute, please, Minister of Finance. Yes, Honorable Member for Caroni Central.
And they have served a useful purpose, but they find themselves, these institutions find themselves in a difficult situation because of the transformation of the entire financial framework. And there are differences of opinion as to how these things should continue to operate. Is the Minister of Labor, do you have any plans to address that particular issue? And I wanted to ask, in the case of cooperatives on the one hand, and then friendly societies.
No, we're going to go to friendly society.
All right.
Your question, you've given us a statement.
The question is there an approach by the Minister of Labor that would allow her to review the operations of these institutions and perhaps find a modus operandi that would strengthen them and make them more relevant to current environment?
And Honorable Member for Caroni Central, could you put that in the context of one of the line items?
Item?
01 to 66 under 002.
Well, it has to do with the functioning of the institution. These monies are allocated to allow them to function.
Honorable Minister of Finance, please. Can we therefore, Honorable Member for Caroni Central, maybe you can ask the question under 003 while you frame it. Item 003, friendly societies.
Answer.
Item 004, Occupational Safety and Health Authority.
Going to answer the question.
Members, please. Honorable Member for Superior.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Line item 08, rent, lease, office accommodation and storage.
Yes.
I note that there is a marked increase with respect to this item, and perhaps the Minister would be kind enough to explain.
No, certainly, Madam Chair. The OSH agency, they have identified temporary office space for 27 of the 57 administrative staff, and that is not acceptable. We would want everyone under the same roof, but they had proceeded to identify these temporary quarters for which to accommodate 27 persons.
And,
yes.
And where is it located?
They are located on Duke Street. You mean this accommodation?
Well, the one that you said they have now identified.
Right.
Yes.
1 Alexandra Street. Not one? Alexandra Street.
No, just the OSH unit. 1 Alexandra Street.
Well, not one.
Huh?
Alexandra Street. Number 9 Alexandra Street. Not one, number 9.
Okay.
Honorable Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And given the Minister's opening statement about addressing the issue of contract employment and ensuring that persons in the public service and so on get within what she would call the permanent establishment, I see that there's an increased allocation of $1,854,000 for contract employment at OSH. Could we get the rationale for this, please?
Honorable Minister of Labour and...
Madam Chair, we will supply that information at a later date.
All right. Honorable members, it is now 4:30, and I suspend this meeting and we resume at 5 o'clock.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
Unsung hero, the man in the background, the brain behind Uriah Butler. Who was this unassuming figure who began life as Krishna Devanarayan, but whose identification as Adrian Colarienzi is pertinent to the evolution of trade unionism and the political history of Trinidad and Tobago. In 1905, Krishna Devanarayan was born in San Fernando, a town which he would reshape and place on the map of Trinidad and Tobago as his life unfolded. He attended one of the most reputable Southern boys' secondary schools, Naparima College, until Form 3, but was forced to leave school because his father, Devanarayan Tiwari, could no longer afford to pay his school fees. Faced with an early challenge, young Krishna found work at the highly respected J.C. Hobson's law firm in San Fernando. Hobson encouraged him to read, while English magistrate Adrian Clark spent hours in discussion with him. So great was the influence of the latter that when Krishna decided to change his name, he chose Adrian as his first name. The addition of Colarienzi was an adaptation of the Italian activist, patriot, and politician Cola de Rienzo, whose life spanned the period 1313 to 1354. From the early 1920s, Rienzi began campaigning with zest and spirit to improve the life of the working classes. This avid interest resulted in him forming the East Indian Friendly Society and being a constant supporter and officer in the East Indian National Association, the EINA. From the beginning, Rienzi saw no problem in merging his cultural activism with his public life. During the years 1930 and 1934, Rienzi lived abroad. He was a student in Dublin, Ireland, where he gained his matriculation for law school. Whilst he was there, he joined the League Against Imperialism and used this forum to speak at many public venues. Having obtained his matriculation in a year and a half, he attempted to go to India, but was denied a visa and joined Middle Temple Bar in London instead. Similar to Dublin, however, he became involved in politics. After 1934, Adrian Cola Rienzi returned to Trinidad. Needless to say, his activities abroad had been closely monitored by the British government, and he was branded a communist by the business and sugar interests in the country, who looked at his return with some concern. Initially, Rienzi was refused entry into Trinidad in June of 1934, but was only allowed to enter in September 1934 after he signed an undertaking to desist from political activity. This promise was short-lived, as Rienzi soon found himself involved agitating for the rights of the East Indian population. The colonial office was uncomfortable with the state of affairs in the colony and felt that some limited avenue needed to be opened up for trade unionism to curb labor discontent. However, the colonials and other foreign vested interests who lived here were reluctant to consider this form of amelioration. By 1936, there were approximately 5 so-called unions in the country. As vice president of one of these unions, the East Indian National Association, Rienzi used this platform to agitate for better conditions for sugar estate workers and the cane farmers. Additionally, Rienzi was still a member of the leading union, the Trinidad Working Men's Association, led by Captain Arthur Andrew Cipriani. However, in late 1935, Cipriani expelled both Rienzi and Tubal Uriah Buzz Butler from the TWA. Rienzi, for what Cipriani termed his communist leanings, and Butler due to his defiance in leading the APAIR's Trinidad oilfield strike of 1935 against Cipriani's orders. This expulsion led to Rienzi and Butler forming the Trinidad Citizens League, with Rienzi being elected its first president. Through this avenue, he now extended his agitation to encompass oil workers and joined with Butler in leading the oil field strikes of 1937.
Well, he stand alongside a Butler, that the company should have respect for the workers. And then so we get a little salary raise more than what we should have. Because through Butler we get a little more money than we were working for. And respect, to get the colonial people to respect the poor workers of Trinidad and Tobago. And he fight until he see that we were settled. He didn't leave us make a house and break it. He leave a foundation.
He was the most valuable asset to the Union. He becoming president. He was the most valuable asset. Because when, at some later date, when we had to beat the Employers Association, they employed one of the greatest lawyers in Trinidad, a man called Maddox O'Reilly, QC, to be on their side to present their case. We, on the other hand, were there to present a lawyer also to present our case, Adrian Cola Rienzi. He was the most valuable asset, and he served us for many, many years.
With this action, Rienzi had successfully bridged the divide between the two major racial groups in the country by bringing together the workers of the sugar belt with those of the oil sector. After the labor disturbances of 1937, Rienzi fought to consolidate the efforts of the strike movement. He pressed for the liberalization of trade union regulations. He organized and registered the Oilfield Workers' Trade Union on September 15, 1937, and the All Trinidad Sugar Estates and Factory Workers' Trade Union on November 23, 1937, two of the most significant trade unions in the country. This mobilization of the sugar workers and the oil workers was strategic in timing and resulted in the increase of the number of trade unions from 5 to 20 by the end of 1940. At this point, Rienzi's organizational skills in establishing trade unions was unstoppable. He moved forward and was instrumental in the formation of the All Trinidad Transport and General Workers Trade Union on June 8, 1938, the Railway Workers Trade Union on July 25, 1938, the Civil Service Association on March 25, 1939. The establishment of these collective bargaining bodies eventually culminated in the formation of the Trinidad and Tobago Trades Union Council in 1938, with Rienzi being appointed president and serving from 1938 to 1944. From this platform, he continued to negotiate wage agreements for sugar workers and telephone workers. For these landmark efforts, political observers have stated that Rienzi should be acknowledged as the father of the trade union movement or the father of collective bargaining. From 1937 to 1942, he was a member of the San Fernando Borough Council. From 1939 to 1942, he served as mayor of San Fernando and was re-elected for 3 consecutive terms. In 1938, as a candidate of the trade union movement, Rienzi triumphed at the general election, winning the seat for San Fernando Victoria in the Legislative Council. In the period 1938 to 1944, Adrian Cola Rienzi sat as a member of the Legislative Council, making significant contributions. Among legislation he proposed was that female teachers be paid equal wages to their male colleagues, in keeping with his constant agitation and advocacy for better working conditions for all categories of workers. He was also the person who moved that June 19, 1937 be marked as a landmark day for the working class movement, replacing Empire Day as a public holiday. In 1943, Rienzi became a member of the Governor's Executive Council. From this Executive Council, he finally moved into the public service, where he worked for approximately 10 years as Crown Counsel with the government and later as the Director of Public Prosecutions. In 1941, Rienzi also served as a member of the Franchise Commission. But what is further noteworthy in that year was his formation of yet another organization, the Trinidad and Tobago Socialist Party. Rienzi's political philosophy and personal theoretical beliefs were finally to be reflected in an established political entity. During the final years of his life, Adrian Cola Rienzi again changed his name, this time to Desh Bandhu, which means National Patriot. The name change did not indicate any affinity towards India or a desire to align with his ancestral roots, according to Professor Sabaru. In his honor, a major roadway in San Fernando was partly named after him, the Rienzi Curtin Highway. According to political analysts, the lack of acclaim afforded Rienzi, who has to date not been awarded a Trinity Cross posthumously, indicates that his work in mobilizing workers into collective bargaining bodies, establishing trade unions, protecting Butler, and maintaining the struggle during his incarceration, achieving Afro-Indian unity in labor and in politics, and proposing historic legislation in the Legislative Council, has been undervalued. Married to an English woman and having raised 2 children, Anthony and Margaret, Rienzi is said to have died a sad man, as his dream of working-class unity had been shattered. But the remarkable life of a true activist, trade unionist, lawyer, politician, and patriot will always be respected and recalled in the history of political struggle in Trinidad and Tobago.
You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM.
Roger Boynes believes in the power of the community and the power of sports. As a former Member of Parliament for the PNM representing Toco-Manzanilla, and later as Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs, Boynes created opportunities, first in his own constituency and then throughout the country, for communities to grow and sports to flourish. Roger Boynes began his career in politics in 1992, when he was nominated as chairman of the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation. In 1995, he became an opposition Member of Parliament representing the PNM. He served as Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs from 2001 through 2007.
Well, quite frankly, I believe that being involved in a youth group at an early age, I believe I was about 12, 13 years old. I belonged to Acts 1-8, that's a youth group in the Roman Catholic Church in Sangre Grande. And being a member of that group, we used to help the poor and the needy. We used to help build over people's house. And it used to be nice on a weekend. We go and help paint up the people's house who are poor and needy. And it really and truly felt good. It really felt good. And, you know, we had a joy in helping people. And every Christmas time, my mama and my brother and I would go around to different houses and give them food stuff, and give toys to the children and whatnot. And I enjoyed that. And getting into government, basically, getting into office, first as an opposition member of parliament, and getting the team and the people together, and continuing doing that, helping people, you know, the young people in their sporting programs before politics, as a matter of fact. Because my brother and I ran the night cricket in Sangre Grande. We ran a number of sporting leagues, football leagues, a number of basketball leagues. We did that on our own as lawyers in the community. And it felt very good helping out the young people and helping out the poor and the needy.
Roger Boynes saw an opportunity in every challenge, even when his party became the opposition.
We went into opposition in 1995, and as such, I felt that being in opposition is something we have to understand, that it must not take away from the needs and wants of the people you represent. The most important thing of all, regardless of whether you're a minister or a minister and a member of parliament, is the position of member of parliament. Remember, you have to serve each and every one who have elected you into office. So much so that in my office we set up different desks, the sporting desk, the employment desk. We set up the social development desk, culture desk. We had people in in different desks tending to the needs of different people in the constituency. And as such, we partnered with several embassies. We got things going while in opposition. And we were able to lobby the government at the time, and also to partner with different foundations, different embassies to get things done in the constituency. And that basically is what a member of parliament has to do. He has to reach out wherever he can to get support and resources for his people. And we did so in opposition. Again in 2000, we went into opposition. And again in 2000, we did what we had to do, focusing on the people and servicing them as best as we can.
I think he always believed that the eastern region was not always well represented, in the sense that it did not get all of the benefits of the state that it deserved. He felt that it was shortchanged, and his challenge was to fix that. So along with his brother Ronald, they put together a development plan for the region. I mean, it went beyond his own constituency. And I think his greatest challenge was to see whether he could level the playing field as he understood it, and to bring equitable distribution of the state's resources to the eastern region. He wanted to see it develop as promptly as Chaguanas or Port of Spain, and he spent a lot of time working those challenges out. To what extent he succeeded is a matter for those who benefited from it, but that was, to my mind, one of his greatest challenges, and he stuck steadfastly to that.
In 2001, the PNM faced the polls and became the ruling government again.
The first thing we did was to ensure that we get approved the sport policy. We did not want to operate in an ad hoc manner. We want to operate with a plan in mind. So we approved both the sport policy and we got the youth policy approved. And the sport policy, to get that approved, was one of the highlights, I must say, of my tenure in office as the Minister of Sport and Affairs. Intrinsic in the sport policy and what the sport policy was based upon was total participation in sport, and that's recreation, and also high performance, focus on high performance sports, that's development. In other words, we must have sporting programs, leagues, recreation programs throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, while our scouts come around now and look in every corner to see where the talent is, and ensure that we can now pluck out these talents and make sure we have coaching programs that could identify these talents and coach them in every area where possible. That is how you create great sportsmen and sportswomen.
For example, we were able to qualify for the FIFA World Cup football tournament for the first time as a football nation in 2006. And I'm sure that you can remember what joy that brought to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Also, the Trinidad and Tobago cricket team, for the first time in 21 years, were able to capture all regional titles. And they grew from strength to strength as a team under Mr. Boynes as a Minister of Sport.
We also developed the Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago, and we gave it its mandate and we passed funds for it, so that they will have the necessary resources to ensure that we have sport for all in every single community. And I don't know if you could recall, during that period, Laventille was bubbling with sporting programs. Throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, we had sporting programs. We filmed it, we showed it, and we highlighted all the sporting heroes, both local and who reached the national level and international level. And we were able to encourage the young people, as far as Carenage, to Maklat, to Toko, to Mayaro, to Cedras, throughout the length and breadth of this country, we encouraged them to engage in sporting activities. And while that was so, we also ensured that we funded the national sporting organization. So they had funds to hire coaches to coach in every community. We did it right.
With him as the Member of Parliament for the Toko Manzanilla constituency, I know that there are many things that would have brought great joy and great satisfaction to him as the Member of Parliament. The paving of the roads in North Manzanilla into Toko area, pipe-borne water supply to areas of the constituency that would have had no pipe-borne water supply for a long, long time. Also the street lighting program. If you go to the Toko Manzanilla area now, it's such a different area to what it used to be many years ago. I remember one incident in the North Manzanilla area where there was no pipe-borne water for months, and the roads were in such a dilapidated condition. And I remember Mr. Boynes working tooth and nail, night in, all day, all night, to ensure that the people of North Manzanilla, to ensure that the members of his constituency get an adequate supply of water.
I think essentially Roger Boynes was a businessman, a trained attorney at law, but at the heart of Roger Boynes was a spirit of entrepreneurship. So even as a parliamentarian, the focus was on business, but on this occasion, it was encouraging other people, his constituents in particular, to get involved in business. And Roger Boynes was a very, very busy person in that regard. He was like the proverbial bee. He never kept quiet. He was always pulsating with energy, moving from here to there, making contacts, networking at home, regionally and abroad, trying to find ways to make the lives of his constituents better.
Working as the Member of Parliament was a pleasurable thing for me, starting from 1995. But in 2002, I was able not only to utilize the connections with the embassies and with foundations and non-government agencies, I was able now, at that level, to utilize the resources of state to assist the constituency. In terms of the Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs, that was a pleasurable experience for me. And as such, we were able to achieve so many victories at that time.
Roger Boynes represented Toko Manzanilla as an opposition Member of Parliament from the 27th of November 1995 to the 3rd of November 2000, and again from the 12th of January 2001 to the 9th of October 2001. He served as Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs from the 26th of December 2001 through the 7th of November 2007. While in Parliament, he debated 5 appropriation bills and the ICC Cricket World Cup West Indies 2007 bill. He also debated a motion on the CEPEP programme. Roger Boynes became Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs. Roger Boynes, former Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs, believes that the foundation of a country is its communities, and the way to build stronger communities and a stronger nation is through sports.
Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament. Parliamentary updates. The second week of training sessions for the National Youth Parliamentary Debate commenced on Monday, August 24th, 2015. These sessions provided the students with oratory skills training. The facilitators of this week's workshops were Ms. Barbara Jenkins, an award-winning fiction writer, and Ms. Marlene Davis, a newspaper columnist and author of the book Language Matters, Mastering the English Language for Trinis. The workshops gave the students training on the art of public speaking, the use of proper grammar and vocabulary, and eloquence in making speeches and presenting in front of others. The students were given the task of making impromptu speeches in front of their peers on 2 topics, one they were familiar with and a random topic which required them to put a little more thought into their presentations. At the end of the workshops, a few students were interviewed by the Parliament Channel 11 to get their feedback on the week's workshops and some of their experiences thus far preparing for the National Youth Parliament debate.
It was quite enjoyable, I'll admit. I had a really good time today because besides it being educational and informative, it was interactive. So we did activities that everyone was able to interact with each other and give feedback. We learned how to deliver a proper speech, and what I enjoyed the most is that we were able to critique each other. So we're on the same level. I'm a student, you're a student too, but I'm giving you feedback and trying to improve each other. It wasn't something as in, your speech was bad, and It wasn't like that. It was very informative. We all got to know each other. Even on the lunch break, we all got to interact with each other and learn more about each other.
The opportunity to impromptu speak, I think they had everybody getting prepared and getting used to practicing speaking in public. On a topic, they first gave us one that we were familiar with, something that we could speak about ourselves. So they kind of had everybody relaxed in that way, and then the next time we got a more difficult topic, something that we had to think a little more about and elaborate on. So I think it was good that they gave us an easier one first and then allowed us to really brace ourselves to the much more difficult one in the afternoon.
I learned to overcome my fears of public speaking, and naturally I'm hands jittery usually. And well, we all know how to comment on certain people, debate and their comments, and how you're supposed to respond in certain situations, and it's basically public speaking. So it's, it was just very unique and very new to me because I wasn't usually accustomed to this kind of thing.
Stay tuned to the Parliament Channel 11 and Radio 105.5 FM for continued updates and insight into the students' journey to the 13th National Youth Parliament, and follow us on Facebook and Twitter.
Parliamentary updates. Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament.
The meeting of the Standing Finance Committee is resumed. We are at subhead 03, minor equipment and purchases. And we are at page 227. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Cooperatives. Item 003, Friendly Societies. Item 004, Occupational Safety and Health Authority. We are on to subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 005, non-profit institutions.
Madam Chair.
Honorable Member for Hoover South.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, if the Minister is so kind, as it relates to 03, the National Trade Union Center, and 07, the Joint Trade Union Movement, for the information of myself and the viewing public, if I could be guided so to find out which is the labor federation that is most representative of labor as in relation to the International Labor Organization. Also, if and when, if the Joint Trade Union Movement is a registered labor federation, and if so, when was it legally incorporated? Further to that, when did the Joint Trade Union Movement and the National Trade Union Center apply for what we would call under this particular head as non-profit institution for funding, or what was the rationale to provide this level of funding? We see $5 million to the National Trade Union Center and $10 million to the Joint Trade Union Movement. What was the rationale for this allocation in terms of the disparity, and what was the reason for the said funding?
Madam Chair, I am unable to answer that question. I would suggest that that question be directed to the Minister of Finance who made this allocation.
And in any event, therefore that question, the response will be in writing.
Well, Madam Chair.
Is there another question?
Madam Chair.
Is there another question?
I am now willing
Honourable Member for Couva South. Honourable Member for Couva South. Honourable Member for Couva South, we cannot both speak at the same time. Honourable Member for Couva South, I would ask you to be very guarded in what you say.
I will speak, and if you want to prevent me from speaking, well, you could do what you so desire.
Exactly, and I now desire that we move on to another speaker. We are under 005, non-profit institutions. Honourable Member for Caroni East.
Under 03 and 07, have these organizations accepted the funding that is supposed, have they made the desire to accept the funding for Natuk of 5 million and JTOM for 10 million?
Honourable Minister of Labour.
Madam Chair, through you, as the entire population is aware, because both labor bodies made public statements, the joint trade union movement declined at this point in time and indicated what their priority areas are, and the National Trade Union Center accepted, and we will work within those boundaries.
Thank you.
Item 009, other transfers. Honourable Member for Caroni East, we at item 009, other transfers.
Line item 02, Honourable Minister of Labour. Could you just give a little explanation of the fair share program, because it seems to be a new item with 3 million allocated. I didn't see anything on revised estimates, or was it under a different ministry, because there is nothing here to suggest it. It seems to be a new item. Tell us what.
Member for Caroni East, and these items have been moved from PSIP to recurrent expenditure.
From PSIP to recurrent?
Yeah.
Okay.
My colleague Caroni has already asked the question.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory bodies and similar bodies. Honourable Member for Shogunas East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Will the Minister be kind enough to advise what is responsible for the decrease of 5 million to Cipriani?
There are no arrears to be paid at this point in time, although negotiations are outstanding.
Honourable Member for Caroni East.
That was the question, and the Minister has answered.
We now move to subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund. We are at page 98 of the Development Program, Consolidated Fund, item 003, Economic Infrastructure. Item.
I saw it as.
Honourable Member for Caroni East.
Yeah, under Business Services 003, the implementation of the Fair Share Program. Honourable Minister, you just indicated that it had been moved from consolidated into recurrent, but I still see a 600,000 under the consolidated. You want to just give a clarification on that?
Yes, certainly. I'm informed that the importance of the program to entrepreneurship, we can't overstate it. However, there needs to be more measures to solicit greater support for the program by encouraging, and if necessary, legislating government ministries and state agencies to provide more procurement opportunities for these small businesses.
Thank you.
Honourable Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to 11 and 19, the establishment of community-based business incubators. If the Minister is willing to give a little clarify this a bit and give some further information as it relates to the National Enterprise Investment Fund, and in your statements as it relates to increased remuneration for boards. I could recollect you said 4 new boards will be established, and will these boards be tripartite in nature or?
Through you, Madam Chair, I wish to assure the member for Couva South and the rest of the country that indeed every aspect of this ministry would have tripartism as a functional and realistic and genuine part of our operations. With regards to your first question regarding the community-based business incubators, in recent months, the ministry has been reviewing the performance of the program in general and the incubators in particular to improve the performance of IBIS. And it has been determined that there's a need to rationalize the number of incubators, and the ministry has indeed taken steps to remove the least effective one from the program. And this ministry will continue to monitor the effectiveness of the other incubators with the objective of finding the most optimal distribution of incubators that can efficiently and effectively support entrepreneurship development in Trinidad.
Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Question, Honorable Chair and Honorable Minister. 19. Do you feel comfortable with just $1 million funding for the establishment of new business clusters based on what you have indicated a while ago and in your philosophical approach towards diversification of the economy? Do you feel that $1 million is enough to help you in trying to get new business going and so on, based on the two, number 011 and 019?
Well, Member for Caroni East, if I could enlist your assistance in squeezing some out of the hands of the Minister of Labour, I indeed welcome your assistance in finance in that regard. I indeed welcome your assistance. But we recognize that business clusters have proven to be useful tools in supporting small businesses. Indeed, you are correct, because most of the most successful economies in the world, when you examine, small businesses comprise the largest percentage. And we are hoping to start small and to expand so that 2016 to 2017, where you see a healthy increase, I trust you will support this ministry in that regard.
Honorable Member for Kamuto Manzanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 questions through you to Honorable Minister of Labour. On 011, the establishment of the community-based business incubators, is there criteria in which the ministry will be using to establish these incubators? You can answer.
Yes.
And what is the criteria, if I may ask?
We will provide it subsequently.
All right. And my other question,
in writing, yes, of course, Madam Chair,
is on 009, the determination and impact of the minimum wage level on the economy. When do you plan to start the process of determining the impact, and will it be made public, the determination? Thank you.
Actually, to be quite honest, we have not established a timeline, but of course, at the moment, you will appreciate, as the new minister, I am still drilling down into the functional areas of the ministry, but all of that is part of the operational framework, and of course we will make it public, because minimum wage is an issue. In particular, people who are the lower strata, they are interested in knowing what is happening in that regard.
I don't think only the workers, but also the employers would also be concerned.
Certainly, I agree with you.
Member for Barataria, Sound One.
No, I was just asking.
All right, you were just speaking. Honorable Member for Barges, do you have a question?
Yes,
because
of
the Honorable
course,
saying
yes.
no, no, no.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, please.
The NETCO, the line item NETCO. I'm just asking if you're in agreement with the Minister of Finance, since you are saying that you need to develop small business, for attacking the business by increasing the green fund and the business levy almost about 300%.
Please, Honorable Minister of Labour. Yeah, but
that is NETCO.
Yeah, but please, Honorable Minister of Finance. We have one chairman here. We had item 003. Honorable Member for Barataria San Juan. Could you direct me to
this line item NETCO?
Unfortunately, I'm not seeing a line item. So if you could tell me the number, it might help me.
017.
All right. So, the National Enterprise Investment Fund. Well, you could forgive me for not seeing that as NETCO.
No, I said NETCO.
You could forgive me for not seeing that as NETCO. Right?
You learn the...
Is that? So if that's not NETCO, what is the question? Honorable Minister of Finance. Honorable Minister of Finance. No, I don't see any attack happening here. Do you vacate the question then, Honorable Member for Barataria San Juan? Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Couva South.
Chair, I will ask some questions later on when you reach General Public Service.
Thank you very much. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. Honorable Member for Couva, Caroni East.
Yeah, Chair.
Caroni East.
Would the Honourable Minister be able to say whether the establishment of the Heroes Park and Museum in Faizabad, what state have we reached in it, and whether this 2 million will be enough to complete complete it?
Yes, the 2 million will be sufficient to complete the project.
Thank you.
Honorable Member for Shogunas West.
Madam Chair, the question was asked by Karen East.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. We are at page 101. Yes, please. We are at page 101, multi-sectoral and other services. That's where it commences.
Just crave your indulgence. Just ask a small question on 100, which is welfare services, prevention and elimination of child labor.
Are we going back?
Just for a short thing.
But you see, Honorable Member for Cardi East, when I indulge one...
I'll ask the Minister privately.
Thank you very much. No, Honorable Member for Cardi East, I assure you don't have to ask the Minister privately. You know that there is a question that you can ask if you wish. So we're going on to the Consolidated Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Under the Infrastructure Development Fund. And we at page 300.
300.
I had mentioned item, I'd called item 005 multi-sectoral and other services. Nobody indicated that they wanted to speak.
No.
06. Chair,
Is there an item under 06?
General Public Services. Administrative Services.
But, honorable members, let's just all sort of follow what is going on. Members, please, if we could have some attention. I called the under subhead 09, I call 005 multi-sectoral and other services, which commences at page 101. All right? We are not going here page by page. I waited a while. There was no indication from any member that they wanted to speak. And therefore, I called the other item, item 005, which is under the Infrastructure Development Fund, and that is item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, and that begins at page 300. So are there any matters to be raised under item 005, multi-sectoral and other services under the Infrastructure Development Fund, which commences at page 300? Honorable members, the question is,
Ma'am, you want us to participate or not?
Honorable member for Caroni Central.
Yes.
I want everybody to participate. I think I have given. We both cannot speak at the same time, and this has been happening repeatedly. I've asked members from since maybe 3-4 days ago. They were given rulers and markers, and I'd asked members to facilitate this process in the allotted time that is fixed by the standing orders, whether they could flag their pages to assist in the flow. We had established from the first day we weren't going page by page, but subhead and item and line item in any order once it was within the relevant item or subhead. So that if members don't want to be bound by the rules, I really don't think it could lie in anybody's mouth to say that they are being prohibited from participating in the process. And therefore, I move on. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $212,147,500 for Head 30, Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprise Development stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $212,147,500 for Head 30, Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprise Development now stands part of the schedule. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of Labor and the representatives of the ministry for coming and assisting, and they are now relieved. Head 70,
thank you,
Ministry of Communications. And might I ask members, while the change is being facilitated of the representatives, if they could look at the heads and the items and the sub-items. It begins at page 219 of the recurrent of the development program, at page 473 of the recurrent.
Ma'am, could I just say, I mean, again, with respect, you're also talking very fast. And some of us, when we are opening and even turning the page where we already identify questions and so on, it's passing quickly. Thank you.
I'm guided, Honorable Member, for Urupuch, and therefore we at page 473 of the recurrent estimates, and we at page 219 of the development program. Head 70, Ministry of Communications.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
$300,121,380. I will now invite the Minister of Communications to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Ministry of Communications is responsible for leading government's communication, coordinating, monitoring, and guiding policies and standards throughout government agencies.
The ministry also facilitates access to public information for citizens and the media, providing printing services and archival research services. The ministry has responsibility for state-owned media companies, the Caribbean Media Group, and the Government Information Systems Limited, the Information Services Division, the National Library and Information System Authority, NALIS, the Government Printery, the National Archive, Freedom of Information, Data Protection, Content Generation, and the Film Censors Board. The ministry is a monitoring authority and a policy center with the overarching goal of ensuring transparency and accountability in government activities as a key element of good governance. As such, the Ministry of Communication has been continuously seeking to improve the quality of information and information services that are provided internally to ministries and state agencies and externally to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Although recently reconstituted, following the realignment of ministerial portfolios, the agencies, divisions, and state-owned enterprises which comprise the ministry have been drawn from several previous ministries, and the estimates, therefore, do not reflect easy comparisons with previous years. The increases and decreases represented in the budget estimate, to a large extent, reflect this as well as the government's commitment to eliminating waste, mismanagement, and corruption, which have been found to be quite prevalent in some of the agencies. And I emphasize some of the agencies falling under the ministry. With those words, Madam Chairman, I am prepared to answer any questions or concerns the committee may have.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $300,121,380 for Head 70, Ministry of Communications, stand part of the schedule. 70, Ministry of Communications is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001. Honorable Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much. In respect of item 08, I'd be grateful if the Honorable Minister would indicate to us what are the vacant posts in which of the institutions or sub-institutions over which he has charge, and his time frame for filling them.
I think I'll definitely have to put that in writing, given the complexity of the response.
Item 002, Government Printery. Honorable Member for Urupuchis.
Last.
Item 003, National Archives. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Honorable Member for Naparima.
Under contract employment, I see a fairly high figure of 5.3 million, and the question is, in the ministry over which he has charge, what is the proportion of permanent employees and contract employees? And this 5.3 refers to how many contract employees and in which subunits?
I will also have to put that in writing for you.
And while I'm at the floor,
Honorable Member for Naparima.
Item 08, rent lease of offices. And I want to know if the minister has any plans for the acquisition or ownership of space for the various units over which he has charge.
Well, I can't tell you that the government is now re-looking at its real estate holdings and apportioning ministries and office space to the various ministries.
Yes, but the plans for acquiring doing the cost-benefit analysis as to whether you'd be engaging in that in your desire to save costs.
That does not fall under the Ministry of Communication. It falls under the Ministry of Public Administration, which handles real estate, the government real estate.
Well, the question is, will you be pursuing with the relevant ministry to ensure that we get value for money in the lease or purchase of property?
Minister, remember you're asking answers. We will always be pursuing getting value for money for all our operations.
Item 002, Government Printry. Item 003, National Archives. Honorable Member for Talbot-Keith.
Thank you, ma'am. Under the item rent, lease, office accommodation, but particularly storage, there's a lot of historical information housed at GISL and in various places in the government. What attempts are being made by the government in order to secure this great historical and valuable information that we have? But more than that, to move it from its present form, some are on cassettes, some on reels of tape and so on, going back to the 60s, and to put it in a form, a digitized form, if you may, that will secure it. What is being done by the government to ensure that we have this historical information properly secured?
We would have gotten to that under the development program. There's an ongoing digitization project where funds have been allocated for not just GISL, but also the National Archives, the NALIS. They are all involved in digitizing information so that we can put it in another format.
Item 005, Freedom of Information Unit. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Remember, subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Government Printry. Honorable Member for Kamuto Manzanilla.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, through you, if the Minister can advise for line item 12, exactly what materials and supplies would be required to the tune of $2 million?
Can you hear the question?
Honorable Member.
You're in 002, Government Printry?
We are 03, Government Printry. We are page 478.
All right, never mind.
It begins to the bottom of the page, 002, Government Printry. So, if I will just call it again, subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 002, Government Printry. Item 003, National Archives. Item 005, Freedom of Information Unit. And for the guidance of members, we now at the foot of page 479. We commence in there. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 006, Government Printry. Item 007, households. Honorable Member for Tabaki.
Yes, I note that on households 03, there's enhanced gratuity for the closure of the Government Information Services Division. Now, I know you have GISL, Services Limited, and Services Division. Is this stating that this division is going to be closed? And if so, how many employees are going to be put out of their jobs?
This is an inherited provision and an inherited figure. I think that this has been carried in the budget for the last 5 years, so we have no additional plans.
Honorable Member for Kamuto Mansinilla.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, through you. Line item 01. Just to ask, what page 481? What? We only say
still at
006?
007 households.
Right, 007.
Yes.
Isn't it continued? No? All right,
I believe page 481 starts 011.
All right, okay.
Transfers to state enterprises. Are you at 007, Honorable Member for Napu? So I now move on to item 011, transfer to state enterprises. Honorable Member for Kamuto Mansinilla, that's where your question is?
Yes, Madam
Honorable Member for
Chair,
Kamuto Mansinilla.
Honorable Minister, what has accounted for the significant increase in the state enterprise, which aims to be self-sufficient in allocating 18 million as opposed to previous figure?
The allocation...
An increase in 18 million.
Yes, it's as a result of a mandate from the Telecommunications Authority that television stations need to prepare for digital transmission. So the allocation is meant to assist both GISL and Caribbean New Media Group in getting ready for going digital.
Thank you.
Honorable Member for Naparima.
I'd just like to ask the Minister, the allocation for last year for Caribbean New Media Group was 18.5 million, am I correct? What was it?
I think it was...
This is under 01?
This is under 01 and 02. 18. The same 18. Yeah, and Caribbean Information Services Limited.
No, it was not the same 18.
It was not?
No.
I'm looking at 339, page 339 under the Ministry of 339 under the Ministry of Trade. 339. Yes.
Okay.
Under the Ministry of Trade, the Caribbean New Media Group, the revised estimates for Caribbean New Media Group was 18.5 million.
Okay.
Am I correct? And for Government Information Services was 18 million.
Yeah.
So therefore, your expenditure for this year represents almost the same as it was last year. And I'm asking this in the context, I thought that some cost savings in your desire to reduce the expenditures, that by combining these two institutions, you would have effected some cost savings, but I'm not seeing it reflected in your 2016 estimates.
And that is because part of the allocation is for the digitizing of the operations of the television stations of both organizations. So the allocation is not really meant to supplement the revenues that they get. Now, the fact that it's still at 18 reflects the fact that they have not gotten far in terms of getting that going. I think with proper management that they now have, they'll be getting that going.
Or I thought that the expenditures last year, could it be, Minister, that the expenditures last year were reflective of the real amounts to run an organization? And now that you have come in, there's no way for any cost-saving measure as reflected in items 01 and 02.
Is that a question or a statement?
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking. I asked him.
I think when you asked the question related to the figures, the Honorable Minister gave the answer why it remains at the same amount in the estimates as last year.
Asking him, is it an alternative interpretation? He could say no.
I take that to be a rhetorical question.
Honorable Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, ma'am. Minister, you said that part of this money is for digitization of the station. Isn't digitization of the station a capital expenditure that should come really under development?
And it is.
And then how are you including a capital expenditure like this under?
It is
under recurrent.
No, it's digital transmission. And CNMG, if you, well, we haven't gotten to the development program yet, but neither CMG nor JSL has that under the development program. Digital transmission is part of the ongoing operations of both organizations.
Honorable Member for Barataria Sano.
This is to the, Madam Chair, through you to the Honorable Minister. I've seen your chairman indicate that there is a dire need to privatize those two entities. She said that on her utterances in the last couple of months. If that is the case, the digitalization of those entities should be taken by a private sector, and if that is the way it's going. So why are you putting money into it when you can be going for privatization?
Because it's a mandate of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for all television stations. So they can't wait until, whatever plans obtain before they satisfy the mandate. It's an ongoing mandate.
Honorable Member for Oropuch East.
Okay, I pass.
Honorable Member for Naparima.
All right. I perhaps need some correction or clarification from the minister. And because when I look here, and we'll get to that under the development program, I see institutional strengthening, digitization of government media assets. Is this separate from GISL and CNMG? Okay, yeah, thank you.
To subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. This is at the end of page 481. It commences there. Item 004, statutory bodies. We move on to subhead 09, development program. Honorable Member for Caroni East.
NALIS on current statutory boards.
Line item 53.
Minister, Honorable Minister, you have the estimate on that previously was under tertiary education and now under trade and industry. You have a significant reduction for NALIS. I think I see more than 10 million. You have taught it out to see, because why are you having such a reduction? What will suffer as a result of the reduction for NALIS?
Well, actually, the reduction is based on the allocation that was given last year. So we simply gave the allocation that
59 was.
No. That was what allocated, but the money released was 150 million. So we simply gave what was released to them last year.
But they would have suffered as a result of the deficiency in the release.
No, I agree with you. They did suffer, and I intend to ask the Minister of Finance to increase the allocation in the future.
Minister of Finance? This one?
Yes.
Subhead
Thank you.
09, development program. And that is at page 219 of the draft estimates for development program. Consolidated fund, item 004, social infrastructure. Honorable Member for Caroni East.
The 726 upgrade of public library facilities. If you'd forgive me, Honorable Minister, I know that would have been a Ministry of Trade and Industry, Ministry of Education before, but I'm not finding the amount. Is it the same amount from last year for the upgrade of public library facilities and mobile libraries? and training of librarians? Is it the same?
I will have to check that and get it to you in writing.
Okay, all right. I will check it too as well then.
Honorable Member for Oropuchi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Could I have a list, certainly in writing at a later time, of 726 the libraries to be upgraded and the facilities where the $3.5 million is committed?
Being provided.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable Member from Naparima.
Right. For my information and perhaps general public, could the Minister explain what are the media assets referred to in 001?
Okay. In terms of government media assets, that refers to the assets held at GISL in terms of photographs, electronic tapes, and those kind of things. Those are being digitized. And before you ask, the assets held at the National Archive refers to the archival material. There's also digitization going on at NALIS in terms of newspapers and the material held there.
Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. And for the guidance of members, this commences at page 354. Honorable Member for Caroni East.
004, public buildings. I just want to ask the Honorable Minister, the Heritage Library, which forms part of the National Archives as well, in terms of storing archival. Yeah.
Could you please guide me?
Is there-
You're on page 354, 355. Where are you? We are under the Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, which I said commenced on page 354.
No, I'm not there. Sorry.
And that's where we are.
Okay, I'm not there.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $300,121,380 for Head 70, Ministry of Communications, start part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $300,121,380 for Head 70, Ministry of Communications, now stands part of the schedule. Head 05, I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister and the members from the Ministry of Communications for coming and assisting us. You are relieved. Head 05, Parliament. While the change of technocrats is being facilitated, this is at page 9 of the draft estimates for DP, and for the draft estimates of recurrent, this is at page 24. This is at page 23. Head 05, Parliament, $134,726,000. I will now invite the Honorable Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
You have a statement for me? As usual. Thank you very much. The Parliament is an institution in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. It is bicameral. It is comprised of the House of Representatives and the Senate. It is referred to as one of the powers in Trinidad and Tobago. In the context of the separation of powers, you have the legislature, you have the executive, and you have the judiciary. And this is where the concept of separation of powers comes in. The Parliament performs many functions. In addition to providing the necessary support to elected members and appointed members, the Parliament also provides services in terms of support to committees, whether these are standing committees or joint select committees or ad hoc committees. The Parliament also puts on training to assist both new and old members in terms of improving their knowledge and their skill set, and in terms of institutional strengthening.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $134,726,000 for head 05 Parliament stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $134,726,000 for head 05 Parliament is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. And for the guidance of members, we are at page 23. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, Office of the Ombudsman. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Line item number 64, operations of constituency offices, reduced by approximately $15 million from $32 million. How would that would affect the running of constituency offices very significantly? Could the Minister of Finance indicate why this has been done and on what basis this has been done, and if he understands that the running of constituency offices will be severely restricted by a decrease of close to $15 million? I asked the question already.
Which is?
That if you're celebrating, well, you would probably be able to give the response. Explain the reduction. If you want me to repeat it again, don't fall asleep. You have a $15 million reduction for constituency offices, which will affect the 41 constituencies of Parliament. What is the reason for it? And do you understand that there's going to be major, significant management issues for each member of Parliament here in their constituencies? Why you reduce it? Page 25, line item number 64. From 32 million last year to 17.5 million this year.
It is hoped that the Parliament could achieve efficiency by utilizing more government buildings to house constituency offices. We have a number of new members who are not entirely happy with the idea of occupying rented accommodation that might have been occupied by someone from another political persuasion. So in 2016, the Parliament will be reviewing all of this rented accommodation to see whether there are suitable government properties that can be used to provide accommodation for members of Parliament. If the Parliament requires more funds at the end of this exercise, then the Parliament will make the appropriate request to the Ministry of Finance.
Honorable Member for Barrington Barataria Sanwan.
Madam Speaker, thanks. Madam Chairman, thanks a lot. I direct this question to the Minister of Finance as well as the Parliament. The 0258 medical expenses. In 2015, we had a.
You done with rent?
Member, could you get 58? Yes.
Is it,
Yes, we are here with you. Medical expenses.
64 is for the operations of constituency office.
Could we kindly, Honorable Minister of Finance, we are now directing ourselves to the question posed by the Honorable Member for Barataria Sanwan, and it relates to line item 58, medical expenses.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The allocation was 5.5 million in 2015. That was for the medical expenses of parliamentarians, and it was supposed to be given out by Parliament, and the House Committee, I think, had a delay in developing that process. I saw in 2016 you put $200,000, which is $25,000 more than the 175. I would ask, are you going to revisit that medical expenses for parliamentarians, or medical insurance for parliamentarians and the others?
If you look at the 2014, it was 195,000.
I understand. I saw that.
Look at the 2015, it was 175,000. 2016 is 200,000. It's an increase. What's the problem?
It's not an increase.
It's not?
So what's 5.5 million? That's a decrease?
That is the estimate.
Exactly. So I'm asking a question, why is it not continuing?
The figure for 2015
There's a reason
was $175,000.
But there was a reason for the 5.5 million. I'm asking if you're going to revisit it.
What was the problem?
There's no problem. I think the problem is that you're not revisiting what I'm asking. That's the problem right
Why?
now.
What's the problem? It's 175 in 2015.
And that is not enough. And that is not
2016,
enough.
what's the problem?
It's not enough.
Honorable Member, Minister of Finance, the question is whether the government intends to revisit
It's so in
House.
Madam Speaker.
Something, a question is a question on this line item. Why is it when you're on that
Second
side?
question?
No, on this side, why is it when you're on that side?
Honorable Member for Barataria Sanwan, can't allow that. All right, Honorable Minister of Finance, there's a question regarding the medical expenses.
Madam Chairman, this has a lot to do with the Honorable Member for Barataria in his previous incarnation. There was an allocation of original allocation of 5.5 million, but only 175,000 was disbursed. That has a lot to do with the member for Barataria in his previous incarnation. I can assure you that we on this side, since you on that side, did not attend to the medical needs of ordinary members of Parliament when we were over there. Now that we are over here, we are going to make sure that opposition members of Parliament get the medical attention that they deserve, unlike what you did when we were in the opposition.
Honorable Member for Oropuch East.
Yeah, to the member, well, to the Minister of Finance, to the Minister of...
Honorable Member for Oropuch East, could we just have a little order so the Honorable Member could ask the question?
I would like the
please?
attention of the Minister of Finance. He's engaged in another conversation at this time.
But direct your question to me, Honorable Member for Oropuch East.
Madam Chair, I heard the Minister of Finance earlier in explaining the decrease for operations of constituency offices, spoke to the issue of rent. Is he suggesting that the almost 15 million slashing of the operations of constituency offices is for rental alone? And what are the implications of this slashing of the Parliament budget for the smooth operations of constituency offices? Are you also eradicating sub-offices of members of Parliament by such a violent slashing of the funds?
No, I am not suggesting that that entire figure is for rental of offices.
Honorable Member for Tabakeet.
I just want to ask two questions on the medical matter and then one on the operation of constituency offices. On the medical matter, from what the Honorable Minister of Finance was saying, I want to ask him whether he's implying that this medical expenses is only for members of the opposition or for all members of parliament. That's the first question. And secondly, how many applications were received last year? How many applications were received in 2014 and 15 for medical expenses? How many were actually honored and how many were refused?
You had two questions there, right?
Yes.
The first one, there are some things I really don't think should be out there in the public domain, but since you brought it up, the medical program for members of parliament. Now, ministers are entitled under the decision of the Salaries Review Commission to medical treatment paid for by their ministries. So this medical plan is only necessary for persons who are not entitled to medical treatment under the Salaries Review Commission report.
Well, my ministry did not pay for my salary.
Look. The Salaries Review Commission has granted to all cabinet ministers free medical treatment. That has been so for 30 years. So if your ministry didn't pay for your medical expenses under your management, I'm sorry. However, there's an aspect of this I did not want to bring up. The implementation of this medical program for ordinary members of parliament was stuck in your cabinet for 1 year, and the general election came and went, and it remained, the cabinet proposal remained in your cabinet unresolved. So that is why ordinary members of parliament, opposition members of parliament, like we were on this side, were not able to access these funds because your government refused to settle the implementation mechanism for this medical program for members of parliament. And don't tell me you don't know, and don't tell me you don't remember, because those are the facts.
Honorable member for Shogunas East.
Stick the thing in cabinet for a year.
Yeah. Honorable member for Kamuta Mansinilla. Honorable member for Kamuta Mansinilla, you no longer wish to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Just going back to line item 21. Just to ask, what will this amount be sufficient, Madam Chair, through you to Honorable Minister, in light of the fact there are a number of government buildings that needs to be refurbished, particularly my own, which has to be rebuilt.
Operations of constituency officers?
No. I'm dealing with, yes, that and also, yes.
You're under 64?
Yes.
Yes, please. Honorable Minister of Finance.
No, the refurbishment of constituency offices is not paid from that item. It's paid for under another vote. Okay, so there's a provision under another vote for that.
Honorable member for Caroni East.
Madam Chair, with the violent slashing of $15 million from the constituency office fund, even though the minister says they're going to get government offices for some of the members of parliament, if you get government offices for 40 members of parliament, that is only going to reduce the budget by $7 million. 15,000 or 12 months is 180,000 for each office. By 40 offices is $7.2 million. What else is affected by the other $7.8 million? Because he has removed another $7.8 million, admitting that you're getting government offices for all 40 or 41 members of parliament. That is going to reduce the budget by only $7 million. What about the other $8 million? That will have significant repercussions on the management of the offices.
The Parliament is going to, as I said, review the allocation of offices. For example, if you had rented premises where a UNC member was occupying, a PNM member may wish to go into government accommodation. So the Parliament is going to review the allocation of offices. In addition, how many of you all have left us? 11 of you all have left us. 11 of you all on that side have left us. So they had to pay severance to your employees. They had to pay severance to your employees because so many of you all have left us. No, it's been paid. No. You see, you all thought you all were going to win the election. So you didn't provide for severance of your employees.
Members, could we kindly move on to another item, please? Honorable member for St. Augustine.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am a bit perplexed, and that's why I'll ask this question. Will there be
his colleagues are perplexed as well,
a reduction in the budget for staffing at those offices?
I don't know how to say this. The budgetary allocation for this line item is predicated on a request to the Parliament to try and accommodate members of Parliament in government buildings where possible, and to try and avoid paying rent. That's number one. Number two, after the election of 2015, of the 7th of September, a number of members of staff were severed. They were only paid up to the 7th of September, and then they were paid their severance benefits. Now, we don't anticipate in 2016 that we're going to have a general election. So we don't have to have a provision for severance benefits for employees. And so many of you all have left us. So we had to pay a lot of severance in September. Do you understand now? So that we don't have to pay severance in 2016.
Honorable member for Oropuch East.
Yes, ma'am. My question to the Honorable Minister of Finance. Is the Minister of Finance, and this is related to number 58, is the Minister of Finance saying for the record that there were members of opposition who made requests for medical expenses within our policy framework and were denied reimbursement for medical expenses? Just to be sure.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Yes.
The second question, is the Minister aware that when persons move into a constituency office, whether of one party or another, they can't choose to go to any other office once it is proper? They don't. They are not stuck. They operating of constituency offices. Because you are using this thing all the time about looking for government buildings. MPs in rural areas on many occasions do not have access to government buildings and bungalows because there are none. But they can move from one premise to another if it is so convenient. So raising this issue of government buildings really is an attempt to, distract, obfuscate and distract. Don't mislead the Parliament.
Members, please. I think we have exhausted. I think we have exhausted.
This
subhead.
all of us.
I think we have exhausted. Honorable Minister of Finance, we have exhausted the discussion on subhead 02, item 001. We now move on to item 002, Office of the Ombudsman.
29 members of Parliament have left.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Honorable Minister of Finance. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001. Members, if this continues, I will have to suspend the sitting. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Office of the Ombudsman. Honorable Member for Tabakit.
I had my hand up because under General Administration, minor equipment.
Yes.
The funding
Could you just point me to the line item?
Sure. Number 4.
Members.
Other minor equipment.
Members, this item affects us all.
Furniture
I expect your cooperation.
Furniture and furnishings and other minor equipment, both of them, right?
Yes.
Under this item, does this include the provisions for furniture and so on for the parliamentary offices of members of parliament? Because I have a question to ask.
This is page 27.
27.
Item
3 minor equipment purchases.
3 and 04. Honorable Minister of Finance.
It does not.
No.
Because, Madam Speaker, Chairman, since March this year, the sign for my office collapsed, and I have no sign for my office.
You were in government then?
Why is it that...
You were in government then?
I want to know whether the replacement of a sign for my office since March by the Parliament has not been done, and my desk, which also
you
is...
want to know if that
broken.
will come under furniture and furnishes and other minor equipment?
And when will it be done under this vote?
No, but I can't allow that question. But if you want to ask if it falls under this vote, I'll allow that.
Could I just get the timeline? March of which year?
This is where the Parliament, it was reported to the Parliament.
Timeline, Madam Chairman. March of which year?
March of 2015.
When you were in government?
It doesn't matter. It was reported to the Parliament.
Ask yourself.
You do expect me to put it up myself?
Members, let's move on, please. Item 002, Office of the Ombudsman. Item 002, Office of the Ombudsman.
Member for Diego Martin West cannot use insulting language like crazy people and so on.
I don't think we have a member for Diego Martin West present.
Northeast. Diego Martin Northeast, yes, sorry.
I would like us all to be guided. It is now 6:09. We have the business of the people to proceed with. Item 002, Office of the Ombudsman. Subhead 04. Members. Honorable Minister of Finance. Honorable Minister of Finance. This meeting is suspended for 5 minutes.
Terrible behavior by the minister.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
Parliament Outreach.
I do think that there are some biased comments that go out there into the media, especially in newspapers when you read articles. You could pick up on the biasness, as also in terms of letters to the editor, certain opinions, when there are many people who write letters to the editor, but only a few are selected to be published, and that shows some sort of biasness.
I think they should report on what is truthful and not really what they want, because if they report on what they want, then they would just make shock headlines in order to increase their revenue.
No, I don't believe they should report on everything, because it's all about how they sensitize things. Some things the media will not be able to handle. The public will not be able to handle. And to display that to the public could cause a lot of uproar and eruption of emotions. And so it should be sensitized and limited to some extent.
Parliament Outreach. Check our website for showtimes, ttparliament.org. You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM.
Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 002, Office of the Ombudsman. Item subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Item 004, international bodies. Move on to the development program, subhead 09, consolidated fund, and we're at page 9. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, Honorable Member for Oroput.
6.
Honorable Member for Kamuto Manzanilla.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, Honorable Minister, on line item 005, televising and broadcasting of parliamentary proceedings. Can you advise what accounts for the increased allocation, and also what does this expenditure entail? Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Yeah, the broadcasting of parliamentary proceedings began several years ago, 9 years ago. A lot of the equipment that was purchased at the inception is now obsolete and is in need of upgrade. So the increased allocation is simply to modernize and upgrade the equipment.
Honorable Member for Oropouche East.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'm on page 9, of course, 013. And my question to the Minister of Finance is, on the assumption that this is indeed the General Accounting Office that has been cited in the budget, It is not. It's the establishment just of an accounting office. Is this an accounting office for the Parliament itself?
The answer to that is yes. There was a project, was it UNDP or UNDP, that looked at the way the Parliament manages its affairs, and it has been recommended that a budget office be established, and this is what this is for.
Sure. Could I then, my follow-up, what really then is the General Accounting Office cited in the budget?
That's
because
something
that was
completely
supposed to be also under the umbrella of the Parliament.
No, that's different.
But is it provided for here then, for the Parliament?
The General Accounting Office has to be established, and the General Accounting Office will give real-time information on whether expenditure is in line with projection.
Is it an office under the ambit of the Parliament?
Will it be?
Where did you see this in the budget speech?
Then it is not.
I'm asking you.
In the budget presentation, there was a reference to a General Accounting Office.
Well, obviously a General Accounting Office.
In the Parliament.
In the Parliament. You show me the page?
Well, I'll get it for you. Let's proceed and I'll just check it. So.
Item. So we return to that question. Honorable Member for Kumuto Manzanilla.
Thank you, Chair. Line 8. Are we finished with it or are we on to F?
We are under subhead 09, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services.
Okay.
So that anything under that head,
great.
is entertained.
07.
Yes.
Equipping the security unit of Parliament. I see there's a revised downward. Is it that the equipment, they have been equipped sufficiently or almost sufficiently?
Honorable Minister of Finance, item 007, public buildings, equipped in the security unit of Parliament. Page 9.
This is for the chamber, this building. What was your specific question?
I was asking, it has gone down. Is it that we are more or less on par to where we are supposed to be in terms of being equipped?
In this building?
I would assume so. Is it for this? If it's for this building, yes.
Okay. I'm advised that yes.
Okay.
We're okay.
Okay.
Honorable Member for Urupuch East.
Yes, ma'am. I just quickly got the budget document because the Minister was asking where in the budget. It's at page 42, Mr. Minister, where you said a General Accounting Office, which will be an independent office of Parliament.
Right.
For continuous real-time assessment of budget performance, etc. I'm asking then, bearing in mind what you said in the budget, where in the estimates are you providing for that? This General Accounting
We are on
Office.
development program.
it was stood down.
But I'm advised that the allocation you are looking for is in recurrent. You've passed that line item.
Okay.
But there is a $3 million allocation.
There's a $3 million allocation. Then could I just ask one follow-up question on this? Because it's a very critical matter.
Member
no problem.
Could you provide us with, in writing, a policy statement as to what this is, how it is to be established, how it is to function under the Parliament? So that we'll have a clear idea of what this entails and what is the relationship with the Auditor General's office, if any, at all.
Forgive the member, but this matter was before your cabinet since June.
Having made this statement in the Parliament, surely you would be aware of the policy.
You will get the policy, but I'm just indicating.
Well, you could just indicate
my
you will provide
befuddlement
it.
at your unfamiliarity with the fact that this is before your cabinet since June.
And that is fine. So you will provide it to all members
Yes,
who
I
were
will-
not in
I will-
cabinet
I will
at the time.
indicate
provide it to members who were not.
Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. This is at page 276. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $134,726,000 for head 05 Parliament stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $134,726,000 for head 05 Parliament now stands part of the schedule. I want to thank the representatives of the Parliament for coming and assisting the committee and their relief. Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. And for the assistance of members, we are now going to page 562 of your draft estimates of recurrent. Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, $4,792,928,472. I will now invite the Minister of Social Development and Family Services to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. However, in the interest of time, I forgo my opening statement.
Dear grateful. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $4,792,928,472 for head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $4,792,928,472 for head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Honorable Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under 00108, vacant post salaries and COLA, 3.2 million. I know that the Minister would give this in writing, but just to reiterate and reconfirm a list of the vacant posts existing.
Why are you saying the Minister will give it?
Thank you.
Item 002, Social Welfare. Item 004, Gender Affairs Division. Item 005, Child Development Center. Item 006, National Family Services. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration, the Honorable Member for Superior.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Honorable Minister, line item 08, rent lease, office accommodation and storage. It is not reflected here on this page for the 2015 estimates because they belong to the ministry when it was under a different name, as you may well know, Honorable Minister. But what we are seeing is that we put those ministries up for the 2015 revised estimates would have been $28 million under this item. We now have an increase to $33.2 million. And would you be kind enough to give us an explanation as to why the increase? Is that we're getting additional accommodation somewhere else?
We budgeted for the relocation of the head office of the ministry. So that would be responsible to an extent for the increase.
Increase there. And relocation to where?
We had proposed relocating to 1 Alexandra Place, but that has been changed and we are now seeking an alternative accommodation.
So you have not yet found alternative accommodation?
No, but we would have budgeted for it because we proposed moving the head office.
Would you know what 1 Alexandra is now for? It's been changed?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
You said you were, I know the ministry had spent a lot of time outfitting 1 Alexandra. Money and a lot of money for outfitting that accommodation at 1 Alexandra for the ministry under a different name, but this ministry basically. Are we to understand you're saying that is not going to happen? And how much money was expended by the Ministry of People and Social Development, which you have now inherited? It's a lot of money.
Member for Superior, we have not spent any money on 1 Alexandra Place. Alexandra Place would have already been outfitted, so we would not have expended sums there.
2015, under your revised estimates, no monies were expended?
No, no monies were expended on 1 Alexandra Place.
By that specific ministry?
That's correct.
Okay, well, we'll check into it, madam. I thank you for your answers.
You're most welcome.
Honorable Member for Kamutu Mansinilla.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, I know that there were some monies expended in terms of the IT unit being conducted in the building to provide for our services. Could you advise what will become of this now? That's under line item 08.
I am advised that the building is under the purview of the Real Estate Administration. We would not have expended sums to outfit the building.
No, I know that. Not an outfit. The building is some outfitted through the Ministry of Local Government. I was referring to the IT in particular. The IT, there was a lack. 08.
Please refer me to the line item.
08. I'm on 08. Yeah.
Yes. And IT. Under office accommodation rent lease.
In following up with the honorable member for Superior, who requested a breakdown in monies expended, the honorable minister had explained that there were no monies expended due to the fact that it came under another ministry. But I'm stating that during the time 2015, there were inadequate IT services available, and as such the ministry had undertaken the project of implementing and
therefore the question, Honourable Member for Kamutu Mansinilla, that you wish to direct to the Honourable
What
Minister.
happens with, is it that it's the cost that the ministry had put into it, is that going to be entirely lost? As far as I'm aware, the ministry at that time of the People and Social Development was in fact responsible for payment.
Honorable Member, I am advised that funds were not expended on outfitting the building, but in light of your question, I will investigate and put the response in writing.
Thank you. And also in 09, Honorable Minister, through you, Madam Chair, have you considered whether the purchasing of vehicles as opposed to leasing is cost effective? Because I know that you do have a mix of purchased and leased.
We are currently in the process of reviewing that, and at the end of the exercise, based on what we determine, we will make a decision on the way forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Honorable Member for Oropuchis. Honorable Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm dealing with item 22, short-term employment. See that there is an allocation of 27.5 million for this, and I'd like to know the nature of that short-term employment and the duration. Is it beyond the 3 month that is generally envisaged? And the numbers to accommodate this 27.5 million.
Approximately 572 short-term employees within the ministry, and they are generally employed for up to 3 months. The ministry is responsible for a number of projects, and until we decide whether those projects are going to be permanent projects or not, a number of persons are brought on short-term to man those projects.
Honorable Member for Couva North.
Chair, also 16 contract employment. We see a high figure of 26,790,000. Can we get a list of these vacant positions, please, from the Minister?
Honorable Member, I would submit that in writing.
Thank you.
Kamuto Manzanella.
Chair, Honorable Minister, would any of these short-term contracts be employed in the recently approved 6-year plan for both the retention as well as the new creation jobs?
The 572 persons who are currently in short-term, they are in short-term. We have approval for approximately 1,059 contract positions. 610 of them were approved in the 6-year plan, but we have not started filling those vacancies as yet.
Honorable Member for Kamuto Manzanella. Right, Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Madam Honorable Minister, you said 600 under the 6-year contract. Were any of those would have done 3 years already and then waiting to get the other 3 years, or it starts ab initio for the 6 years from the future?
Okay, the 6-year plan is in respect of additional positions. There may be persons who are currently on contract when we advertise who may be suitable and fill some of those vacant contract positions.
For the other 3 years?
Yes.
But a significant amount are open at the moment,
yes,
waiting to be filled?
Yes, yes.
Item 002, Division of Aging. Item 003, Social Welfare. Item 004, Gender Affairs Division. Item 005, Child Development Center. Item 006, National Family Services. Item 007, Disability Affairs Unit. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Division of Aging. Item 003, Social Welfare. Item 005, Child Development Center. Item 006, National Family Services. Item 007, Disability Affairs Unit. Subhead 04, Current Transfer and Subsidies. Item 003, United Nations Organization. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Honorable Member for Kamuta Manzanilla.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, would you be able to advise if vision and mission will be a part of this program? I'm not seeing the...
Remember, they have gone to the Ministry of National Security.
Okay.
Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, under the other social program 02, 15 million is allocated, and you said here 02 to number 31, transferred from Head Ministry of People and Social Development. There's no figure allocated to any one of these from 03 to 23, so 21 of them. Your ministry will play it by ear to determine how much you will give to each one of these out of the 15 million, because there's no allocation for each one of these. There's a blank on our book, but 15 million has been allocated for it. Okay. For about 21 of these social program areas. What's your policy? When it comes to your understanding, you will determine how much your ministry will give to each one of these centers?
Okay. Some subventions are granted to these institutions, and it's normally based on a fee for service. No. So the different institutions will be granted different amounts.
Yeah, that determination is made in your ministry for each one of these areas.
It is subject to cabinet approval.
So you will go to cabinet for each one of these and then ask cabinet support out of your 15 million allocation.
Yes.
Item 006, educational institutions. Honorable Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much. Item 1, adult education program. When I was reading the Singapore budget, they talk about universal primary, universal secondary, universal tertiary education. And now they're going to universal adult education, where people are trained for the 4, 5, or 6 jobs that they will have to change in their careers. Are we following that model, or so the question I'm asking is, what constitutes adult education? Is it 21st century, or is it? Could you explain? Thank you.
Currently, the adult education is provided in 2 categories: academics and crafts. And the academics is really to bring people up to at least the secondary level. And then we treat with the craft training.
All right, so therefore it does not involve, and I'm just asking, it does not involve monitoring changes in the marketplace and aligning our adults to prepare for those jobs. It's a little different.
No, Honorable Member, we haven't gotten there yet.
Thank you.
Honorable Member for Kamuta Manzanilla.
Honorable Minister, under educational institutions, I only see adult education program. If my memory is good, I know that under gender, there was a facility being put in place for the Autistic Society in terms of the educational aspect of it. Could you tell me if that project and that program will be considered by your ministry?
That program has not been approved as yet, but it is something that we are looking at. The whole issue of autism.
Item 007, households. Honorable Member for Kamuta Manzanilla.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, could you tell me on line 06, what is the rehabilitative program about, and under which NGO will you be will it function under? I have a couple questions, Chair.
Most of the programs that we implement, there's a rehabilitative aspect to it, because at the end of the day, what we want to do is to ensure that we lift people out of the situation that they are in. So most of these programs, they would have a rehabilitative component.
Agreed, but I just saw it separate as a line item, and I was wondering if there was another program that you had in place, as opposed to what would have been incorporated in the other programs.
This refers to the program that we call the Seed and the Rise Up.
All right, okay.
Honorable Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 13 under 007, relief for underprivileged newborn. I see an allocation for 10 million. Is this the new name for the baby care grant?
Honorable Member, this in fact refers to what you are calling the baby care grant. Yes, it does.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Minister, for keeping this going.
Honorable Member for Chaguanas West.
Madam Chair, thank you. I was just looking at the allocation for the disability grant of 465 million. Could the Honorable Minister provide in writing the number of beneficiaries of this disability grant?
That would be provided.
Honorable Member for Kamuto Mantinela.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, I don't want to assume that because there is a $10 million budgeted for the relief for underprivileged mothers, I don't want to assume because it's a line item that in fact that it will be kept. Can you advise if the program will be in fact maintained?
Member, this is something that we would have to take to Cabinet because the approval by the previous Cabinet was granted up to September 2015.
All right.
So to continue, we would need to get the necessary Cabinet approval. So this would have to go before Cabinet.
And my other question, number 12, the People's Card. I see there's an allocation for 33 million. This, I would assume, is a biometric card. That's the first question.
Yes, it is.
And again, I don't want to assume, would the Minister continue the program of the biometric card, or do you have intentions of discontinuing it?
The biometric card system is continuing as it at present. However, we recognize that given the costs and given some of the issues with the system, we are doing a review. And it is based on the findings of that review we will determine whether we proceed with it in its current form or if we would need to change the form.
Is there any consideration as to the persons or the business persons who would have contributed in no small way of having their systems converted? Will you be taking those things into consideration?
I'm not sure I understand, Honorable Member.
When the card was brought on, you had to have the equipment for it to function on, and business persons would have had to invest to acquire these equipment. And as such, I'm asking, when you're reviewing, if there is consideration at all for you to discontinue the program, would you be looking at how it would impact on businesses as well?
Is that on a line item here?
Yes.
I think it's more a question of policy.
Well,
and therefore, I'd ask the Minister to give you that answer in writing.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Okay, so we are moving on to 009, other transfers, which begins on page 575. Honorable Member for Kamuto Mansinela.
Honorable Minister, through you, Chair. 01, the GAP program. I do believe it has been oversubscribed, and as such, I'm asking if you have any intentions to increase the staffing to facilitate persons who are out there who require this program.
At present, we are at the maximum, and the requests currently outstrip what we have in place. So we are reviewing it with a view to seeing whether we can facilitate the additional requests.
Thank you.
Honorable Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the item on the 00902, the NSDP program.
But I think you're 009. All right, I'm sorry. Yes.
You thought I was ahead of myself? Yes, Madam Chair. I just wanted to find out is that what will the NSDP in the context of social development be doing in relation to the other areas of the NSDP?
The functions are similar. What we do is we provide assistance to needy families with respect to wiring of their homes, plumbing of the homes, that type of assistance, and it's more centered in the rural areas.
Same thing like before.
Yes.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards. Subhead 09, Honorable Member for Caricom.
That's a little observation. I wish the word retarded will be removed from this Trinidad and Tobago Association for Retarded Children. We had envisaged that we would have changed that if it's by the legislation, but perhaps the new government could look towards removing that word. Good.
Subhead 09, Development Program. And we are going to page 263 of the estimates for Development Program. Consolidated Fund, Item 004, Social Infrastructure. Honorable Member for Kamuta Manzanilla.
Chair, Honorable Minister, line item 036, the establishment of a substance abuse rehabilitation. Would you be collaborating with the Ministry of Health in light of the fact I do believe that they will be embarking on a similar program?
Yes, Honorable Member, that is something we will be doing.
Honorable Member for Urupuch East.
Yes, to the Minister, Honorable Minister, I'm at page 263042. Could you provide in writing at a later time the list of the community-based telecenters for which expansion works would be undertaken?
Yes.
Thank you.
Honorable Member for Kamuta Manzanilla.
Thank you, Chair. Line item 112. The Street Dwellers Rehabilitation Reintegration Project. Does this include Queen Street, Honorable Minister?
No, this one relates to Riverside Plaza.
The 044 relate to Queen Street.
Yes. 044. Yes, that one that refers to Queen Street.
Just an observation, Minister, and it would be a grave oversight. I have not seen anything at all for this Autistic Society. And prior to our limiting office, there was something in place for the Autistic Society. I would implore you to please look at it. It's a serious, it's a serious need. Please.
Thank you. I will look at it.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Item Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. And for the guidance of members, it is on page 370. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $4,792,928,472 for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $4,792,928,472 for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, now stands part of the schedule. And I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister and the members and representatives of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services for coming and assisting the committee. You all are relieved. We now move to Head 23, Ministry of the Attorney General, and while the representatives of that ministry set up for the guidance of members, we are at page 151 of the details of draft estimates for recurrent expenditure. Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, $442,735,550. I will now invite the Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. What we have happening post-September 7th is a decision by the Honorable Prime Minister to merge the operations of what were 3 ministries before into one. That is the Ministry of the Attorney General, the Ministry of Legal Affairs, and some aspects of the Ministry of Justice. We have now had created one ministry known as the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, and an unprecedented and very fortuitous and good move by the Prime Minister, if I may say so. He has an Attorney General and a full cabinet minister dealing with these 2 ministries. The Ministry of the Attorney General and the Attorney General have certain constitutional responsibilities. All suits brought in the name of the state, for and against the state, are done in civil suits, are done in the name of the Attorney General. The Attorney General provides advice to the various other ministries and to Cabinet. And what we have now is this merged ministry with a lot of responsibilities and an increased portfolio, and challenges, as we've outlined in our budget debates, as to what happened in the last 5 years, and we're in the process of dealing with some of these aspects, clearing it up. And I'd like to take this opportunity to publicly thank the 2 permanent secretaries who are new to the ministry, who have done a fabulous job in assisting us over the short period of time that we've been in government, and also the members of staff who have also been assisting us tremendously. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $442,735,550 for Head 23, Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $442,735,550 for Head 23, Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Law Commission. Item 003, Equal Opportunity Commission. Item 004, Legal Affairs. Item 005, Law Revision Commission. Item 007, Intellectual Property Office. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration, the Honorable Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for catching me before you proceeded. Item under Goods and Services, rent lease, office accommodation and storage. I noticed there's a significant increase by $8.3 million from last year in the allocation for 2015-2016. Could I get an explanation as to why is that increase?
Absolutely. Through you, Madam Chair, this increase is to deal with what this line item goes to, as it says, is rent and lease from third parties on behalf of various offices that fall under the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs. So we have a number, it is actually 10 different landlords, and of course, as is to be expected, and as happens with third-party rentals, you have escalation in the rental charges to the ministries, and that has amounted to, over an annual period, an $8.3 million increase for the period going into the next fiscal year.
Member for Superior.
Madam Chair, line item 16, contract employment. I note a decrease of $10.6 million under this line item. I the Minister would kindly tell us what accounts for this decrease in
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to the Member for Superior. What this is as I had said in the outset, we now have a merger or morphing of the three ministries. So what is happening as a result of that is you're having a filling of vacant positions, these contract positions. We had a number of vacant positions in the two main ministries, Ministry of Legal Affairs and the Attorney General, so we're filling those. So some persons who are traditionally contract workers would merge into those vacant positions, and then of course, by definition, when you're merging these ministries, there's a reduction in the numbers. Also, what this line item goes towards is, you would see the note includes provision for graduate employment.
How many?
There's a program there. I think we'll provide the number of graduates and the graduate program to you in writing, the specific numbers.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. At this time, how many contract positions exist? And we'll have already asked you the percentage that will be graduate employment. So I guess we'll get that in writing, if not available.
Item 002, Law Commission. Item 003, Equal Opportunity Commission. Item 004, Legal Affairs. Item 005, Law Revision Commission. Item 007, Intellectual Property Office. Item 008, National Center for Dispute Resolution. Subhead. We are now moving on to, you have reached us?
I was looking for the 008 that you said.
The 008 is on page 160 towards the middle of the page. National Center for Dispute Resolution. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, law commission. Item 003, equal opportunity commission. Item 004, legal affairs. Item 005, law revision commission. Item 007, intellectual property office. Item 008, National Center for dispute resolution. We now proceed to subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, and that begins at the foot of page 162. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Item 007, households. Item, Honorable Member for Chaguanas West.
Yeah, I saw, Madam Chair, item on the household 03, contribution to the Secretariat of the Council of Legal Education. There was an estimate of 4.3 million, and the revised estimate, there isn't anything, nor in the estimate of 2016. Could that be explained?
My understanding, Madam Chair, through you to Chaguanas West, is that was a one-off payment to the Secretariat of the Council of Legal Education, actually approved by the former cabinet. So that payment having been made, it is not a continuation of a annual expense or expenditure.
Item 009, other transfers. Item 010, other transfers abroad. We now go on to the development program. The consolidated fund. It is found at page 70 of the development program draft estimates. Item 004, social infrastructure. Honorable Member for Kamuta Manzanilla.
Just making sure on the right head. Okay, it's 005. So next
item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. The Honorable Member for Kamuta Manzanilla.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, through you, I'm looking at the 011 Information Technology and Computerization Legal Aid Advisory Authority. I noticed that in the expenditure, the current expenditure, there was a decrease, and there weren't any monies were not allocated. I just wanted to know, in Tiny 2, will we have a functioning legal aid authority in light of the fact there aren't any monies allocated? We have for IT, but we don't have for the, if you bear with me, go back on the expenditure on page 170. No, it's just a comparison. You don't have to go back if you don't wish to, but I just want you to understand the question. On page 170.01, you don't have any monies allocated, yet in the current book that we're in,
If I may, Madam Chair, through you, Kamuto Manzanilla, what you're seeing here is actually there were sums in the former year. Remember, as I said, you have a merger now of MLA into the Ministry of the Attorney General. So previously it had fallen under the head of Ministry of Legal Affairs, but now it's all in one ministry. So it has been provided for. And if you actually look at the estimates and actual expenditure for the previous years under the line item that we're exploring now, which is the computerization of legal aid, and you will see that it's consistent with what was revised and the estimates for the previous years.
Okay.
So we have obviously provided for legal aid authority because it plays a very important part in society.
Yes, thank you.
Honorable Member for Superior.
Madam Chair, line item 18, which is the strengthened information management at the RG's department. Would the Honourable Minister give us an idea of what this project entails?
What is happening here is actually in 2015, we had the revised estimate expenditure of approximately $10.9 million. There's an IADB loan for the strengthening of the Registrar General's department.
26 million.
Pardon?
26 million.
Correct, of $26 million. And what this is really for and being utilized for is the provision and the change to... The digitization of the land registry. As you would be aware, Member for Siparia, there's a whole system in Trinidad. We're trying to get it to move towards the RPO and to build up a proper land registry system. So this is specifically to achieve that, and it's an ongoing project.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your very kind response.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam,
This other place is too quiet, so I'm getting you back in.
Yes.
Honourable Member for Urupuch East has my ear, please.
Yes, ma'am. On page 71, may I? Page 71 under Administrative Services. I'm on the next page actually, page 72. I wanted to ask this a question I asked when the when the Judiciary came up earlier, in that there are about 11 items that have been removed from the Judiciary to the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs. 11 items where most, if not all, involve construction. My two questions is, one, does the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, does that ministry have the capacity to manage construction projects of this nature involving courts throughout the land? Do you have internal capacity to do that, or would that be subcontracted to a special purpose company? And secondly, is this not a policy contradiction with your own stated policy of autonomy of the judiciary, where the judiciary is now dependent on a minister of government and a ministry to provide them with physical infrastructure and facilities?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, through you. First of all, it would be recognized, as I'd said when dealing with the judiciary, that what this government has undertaken to do is provide financial autonomy. Of course, that is a process that has to have a transition. We found ourselves having to prepare a budget within 3 weeks, and this is part of the transition arrangement. So this money is going to be passed over to the judiciary through various measures. We're working it out. We're going to work out with the judiciary how we can achieve this, right? And also, correct, this is not traditionally the ministry, as you would be aware, the Ministry of the Attorney General has been a conduit to get to the cabinet for judiciary decisions, etc. To answer the first part of your question, as you would be aware, being the former Minister of Housing and having UDCOT under your supervision, what would happen with a lot of the ministries is you would then subcontract as a ministry to a NIPDEC or a UDCOT, etc., to handle the whole project management aspect for you, but it would come from your part of the budget and your part of expenditure. However, these items here are found as a transitional arrangement to be able to achieve what it is we said we would with respect to the financial autonomy of the judiciary.
Could I ask in a simple way? Yeah, just a simple follow-up. What was the reason for moving these 11 items to the Attorney General when the Attorney General will always be that conduit to the Cabinet for finance and so on? But now the Attorney General becomes a client ministry of a construction company. And that creates another level of bureaucracy, whereas before it was the judiciary simply conducting their own repairs, facilitation. And with great respect, I am not sure that the Ministry of the Attorney General has the internal capacity through project management and so on to even work with a construction.
But it wouldn't be through project management or Approach East. It would be the Attorney General's office. And who better suited to deal with contracts than the Attorney General's office, and making sure that that contracts are properly adhered to and money is expended properly, as you will see over the next few months. But it will not be the Attorney General entering into the construction contracts. It will be utilizing the companies, as I said, such as the UDCOTs, the NIPDEX, and the other, as you mentioned, special purpose companies who are better suited to do this. So it's really a management role.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I had asked the question when we dealt with the judiciary, and with respect to the refurbishment, and under item 003, refurbishment of magistrate courts, I see that under 005, which is one of the items transferred from the Ministry of Legal Affairs to the AG's office, the establishment of Chaguanas District Office. Is this the magistrate court, or is it a district office of the Ministry of Legal Affairs? If it is a district office of the Ministry of Legal Affairs, what is happening to the refurbishment of the Chaguanas Magistrates Court?
Through you, Madam Chair, as you would see at line item 003, there's a sum of $8.4 million set aside for refurbishments of Magistrates Court, again coming in with just 3 weeks to prepare the budget. This sum was put here as a specific allocation to then meet with the judiciary and find out how some should be allocated towards the refurbishment. You've raised the Chaguanas Magistrates Court issue. It is something that will be raised with the judiciary and attract the attention of this government.
Honourable Member for Oropuch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 71.
We're going back.
Line 025, drafting of a campaign finance legislation. To the Honourable Minister, I'm just curious to find out $1 million for the drafting of a campaign finance legislation. What would that entail?
Well, I know it through you, Madam Chair. It may come as a little bit of a shock and a surprise. The former administration spending $10 million for constitutional reform. But what we intend to do over the next year, and actually starting in January, is start off the campaign finance reform consultation by inviting the OAS to co-host with us a massive conference, and we've already begun discussions with some of the jurisdictions, Jamaica, the United States, and others that have campaign finance legislation to come and attend that conference so we could kick it off as an educational process and then continue that process with a move towards legislation that will be implemented before the next time it needs to be utilized in 2020. So this is just for the next fiscal year period.
Honourable Member for Caroni East.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Item number 011, fill out of the Ministry of Legal Affairs Towers Government Campus. $2 million has been set aside for it. Could the Acting Attorney General, the Honourable Minister, give an idea of how much is required to complete the outfitting of it, and when is it due to be completed?
Yes, actually, again, because of a limited time period within which to prepare these figures, this sum of $2 million was an allocation by the Ministry of Finance. My understanding is it will require more than that. We're in the process of doing it. Is actually a contract with UDCOT. So UDCOT is in charge of outfitting. The UDCOT have given a date of a November move for the two ministries, Legal Affairs and Attorney General, into the tower. I don't think that's realistic, having paid a site visit myself. I suspect it will be sometime either in December or early next year that this physical move would be able to take place.
Can we go on to the IDF?
I had my hand up quite a while.
Sorry, I'm Honourable Member for Siparia.
I thank you very much. I refer to the line items that have been transferred on page 72 from the Judiciary to the Ministry of the Attorney General with respect to construction projects. And my question is, given that all matters against the state, the Attorney General is made a party to those and therefore is directly before the courts. And given the whole principle of the separation of powers, this is where now the judiciary will have to depend on the said Ministry of the Attorney General to say I'm billing your court, I'm not billing your court. They'll be directly dependent on the same ministry, which will be a party before the court in all matters against the state. And I asked the Honourable Minister whether he could give the assurance that whether he's comfortable that there will not be a breach of the separation of powers with respect to these construction projects.
That's actually...
The judiciary is dependent on your ministry.
Correct. And that's how it has been traditionally, but it's actually an interesting conversation that you raise, because if you left it, let's say it was completely in the hands of the judiciary and there was a dispute, and it doesn't go to arbitration, you will then have a situation where the judiciary is being called upon to decide a dispute with itself and a third party. As I said earlier, and as I was reminded by the Honourable Minister of Finance, this is a transitional period. What you've said has been noted and will be taken into account as we go through this transitional period to execute towards endgame.
Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005. This is at page 287. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $442,735,550 for Head 23, Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $442,735,550 for Head 23, Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, now stands part of the schedule. I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister and the members from the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs for attending and assisting the committee. You all are relieved. Head 28, Ministry of Health. Head 28, Ministry of Health. This is at page 209 of your details of estimates of recurrent expenditure. Head 28, Ministry of Health, $4,834,775,768. I will now invite the Minister of Health to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, according to government's policy document, Let's Do This Together, the vision of the Ministry of Health entails a society with integrity and morality in public life is of the highest priority, and the government of the day serves the public good above all else, and where decisions are made and actions taken in the best interest of all concerned. In this regard, a data-based, scientific, holistic, and evidence-driven support mechanism driven by compassion and respect for the rights and freedoms of all citizens are key pillars of this development. In light of the above, Madam Chair, the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago recognizes that the quality of public health care services and the management of health institutions continues to be a major concern to the citizens of this country. More importantly, the focus of this administration is to modernize the existing facility program with a scientific, evidence-driven strategies complemented with an efficient, well-managed healthcare system that is capable of delivering healthcare services in accordance with global standards. Critical to this effort is collaboration amongst all stakeholders within the health system to ensure the delivery of a first-class healthcare system. Madam Chair, before I close my opening statement, I was recently asked by a media practitioner, what did I find when I went into the Ministry of Health? and I knew what they were trying to get from me. And my answer was, Madam Chair, what I found in the Ministry of Health was a team of dedicated professionals whose only objective is to help this administration modernize the healthcare system. My team is behind me, ready and willing to support, and I must mention the role played by the Permanent Secretary who joined the Ministry of Health with me at the same day, on the same day. So I pay tribute to them, and I am now ready to answer questions. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $4,834,775,768 for Head 28, Ministry of Health, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $4,834,775,768 for Head 28, Ministry of Health, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Honorable Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And may I congratulate the team from the Ministry of Health and for the good job they had done and also doing it as we speak. Just one thing, Minister and Minister of Finance. I noticed there is a decrease in the allocations for salaries and cost of living allowances. Could you just give me a slight explanation of why is this when we are going to commission the Cooper Children's Hospital and other hospitals?
Are you referring to line item 01?
01. Ditto. Ditto.
Minister?
Yes, sorry.
This decrease in the item, you're going to give us a list of those who are employed and those who are going to be sent home because there's a reduction in the salary.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Madam Chairman, number of Caronies is like a recurring decimal.
Yeah.
This item involves arrears, and therefore you cannot draw any conclusion unless you see the build-up of the figures. I give an undertaking, as I've given now 19 times, that on every item of personal expenditure, you'll get a breakdown. So you'll see if it's increased salaries, increased responsibilities, increased employment, or arrears.
And that goes for all the regional health authorities?
Everything.
Yeah. Right, okay.
Item 004, vertical services. Item 005, Northwest Regional Health Authority. Item 006, North Central Regional Health Authority. Item 007, Eastern Regional Health Authority. Item 008, Southwest Regional Health Authority. Item 009, National Alcohol and Drug Abuse Prevention, and the undertaken by the Honorable Minister of Finance with respect to personal expenditure binds all of these items. Subhead 002, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration, the Honorable Member for Barataria Sanhon.
Just one more thing. On heading 16, I noticed there's an increase of $15 million for contract employment. We could indicate what positions will be given to that heading. And also training has decreased by 3 million plus. And I would like to know exactly why is that.
Thank you for the question. The answer is that is to cover the graduate employment and when we also get the 6-year rolling plan.
So could I ask the
If you want some details, we could-
about the 6-year plan and the positions for the 6-year plan?
We can provide that to you in writing. Thank you.
And training, Minister?
Yes, in writing. Thank you.
Training decrease.
Training.
Honorable Member for Caroni East.
Could the Honourable Minister give an idea of the graduate employment that you'll need in this area? How many that you contemplate having graduate employment? And if you speak about graduate employment, what type of graduates you're looking for to fill these positions in the ministry?
Madam Chairman,
Honorable Minister of Finance.
for the 22nd time, I am going to issue guidelines to each ministry with respect to the type of persons they should employ and the terms of conditions of employment for graduate employment. That will take place shortly after this. I've said that now 22 times. Do I have to say it 44 times?
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, we are running out of time. I'm now going to put the question. Honorable member, the question is that the sum of 4,834,000,000. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of 4 billion. Honorable members, honorable member for Caroni East, honorable member, and I note your objection. The standing orders are quite clear that 5 days have been allotted to this process. The standing orders are also quite clear that at 7:50, and if we're not familiar with our standing orders, standing order 84-6, standing order 81-6 and 81-7 governs this process. So I now put the question, honorable members. The question is that the sum of 4,834,775,768 for Head 28, Ministry of Health, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. You will put it. Yes.
Mrs. Robinson Regis. Aye. Dr. Rowley.
Aye.
Mr. Imber.
Aye.
Ms. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Diaz.
Aye.
Mr. Dillon.
Aye.
Mr. Hines.
Aye.
Mr. Young.
Aye.
Ms. Kudju. Mr. Antoine.
Aye.
Mrs. Critchlow Cookburn. Aye. Mr. Ford.
Aye.
Mr. Cuffey.
Aye.
Dr. Gadsby Dolly. Aye.
Asking the same question 20 times.
Ms. Oliver.
Aye.
Mrs. Webster. Mr. Garcia.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell.
Aye.
Dr. Francis.
Aye.
Mr. Leons.
Aye.
Mrs. Jennings Smith.
Aye. The ones we have not considered, we can't vote on them.
Dr. Munilal.
No.
Mrs. Prasad Sessa.
No.
Dr. Gopi Singh.
An emphatic no.
Mr. Ramadan.
No.
Mr. Karim.
No.
Dr. Rambachan.
No.
Mrs. Noal Hussain.
No.
Dr. Tiwari.
No.
Mrs. Gaileen Gopi Singh.
No.
Mr. Lee. Mr. Indar Singh.
No.
Ms. Ramdial.
No.
Mr. Singh. No. Dr. Khan.
No.
Mr. Charles.
No.
Mr. Pat.
No.
Dr. Bodu?
No.
Mr. Parry?
No.
With a division of 21, 4, 18 against, the division is carried, and the sum of $4,834,775,768 for Head 28, Ministry of Health, now stands part of the schedule. I thank the Honorable Minister and the members of the Ministry of Health for their assistance. They are relieved. Head 17, Personnel Department. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $80,174,300 for Head 17, Personnel Department, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No.
Division.
Mrs. Robinson Regis?
Aye.
Dr. Rowley?
Yes.
Mr. Imber?
Yes.
Ms. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Dialsing?
Yes.
Mr. Dillon?
Yes.
Mr. Hines?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mr. Antoine?
Yes.
Mrs. Critchlow Coburn?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Aye.
Mr. Coffey?
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly?
Aye.
Ms. Oliveri?
Aye.
Mrs. Webster Roy?
Aye.
Mr. Garcia?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Aye.
Dr. Francis?
Aye.
Mr. Leons?
Aye.
Mrs. Jennings Smith?
Aye.
Dr. Munilal?
No.
Mrs. Prasad Bisasa?
No.
Dr. Gopi Singh?
No.
Mr. Ramadal? Mr. Karim?
No.
Dr. Rambachan?
No.
Mrs. Nubalu Hussain?
No.
Well, you have
Dr.
58
Tiwari?
months to go.
Dr. Tiwari?
No.
Mrs. Guidin Gopi Singh?
No.
Mr. Lee?
No.
Ms. Sundar Singh?
Absolutely no.
Ms. Ramdial?
No.
Mr. Ganga Singh?
No.
Dr. Khan?
No.
Mr. Charles?
No.
Mr. Padarat?
No.
Dr. Bodu?
No.
Mr. Parry?
No.
21-18. The question is carried.
21 against 18. The division is carried. The sum is $80,174,300 for Head 17, Personnel Department, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, staff, for coming. Head 35, Ministry of Tourism. The question is, that the sum of $140,786,690 for Head 35, Ministry of Tourism, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No.
Mrs. Robinson Regis?
Aye.
Dr. Rowley?
Yes.
Mr. Imber?
Yes.
Ms. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Dialsing?
Yes.
Mr. Dillon?
Yes.
Mr. Hines?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mr. Antoine?
Yes.
Mrs. Critchlow Coburn?
Aye.
Mr. Esmond Ford?
Aye.
Mr. Coffey?
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly?
Aye.
Ms. Oliver?
Aye.
Mrs. Webster Roy,
Aye.
Mr. Garcia,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Aye.
Dr. Francis,
Aye.
Mr. Leons,
Aye.
Mrs. Jennings Smith,
Aye.
Dr. Munilal,
No.
Mrs. Prasad Bisesa,
No.
Dr. Gopi Singh,
Absolutely no.
Mr. Ramadan,
No.
Mr. Karim,
No.
Dr. Rambachan,
No.
Mrs. Nawala Hussain,
No.
Dr. Tiwari,
No.
Mrs. Gardine Gopi Singh,
No.
Mr. Lee,
No.
Mr. Indar Singh,
No.
Mrs. Ramdial,
No.
Mr. Ganga Singh,
No.
Dr. Khan,
No.
Mr. Charles,
No.
Mr. Padarath,
No.
Dr. Budu,
No.
Mr. Parry,
No.
2118. Question is
With the division 21-4, 18 against, the division is carried. The sum of $140,786,690 for head 35, Ministry of Tourism, now stands part of the schedule. I thank the Honorable Minister and the representatives of the Ministry of Tourism. Head 62, Ministry of Community Development, Culture and Arts. The question is that the sum of $611,793,326 for head 62, Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, now stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
Very divisive.
Mrs. Robinson Regis, Dr. Rowley,
Yes.
Mr. Imber,
Yes.
Ms. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Dial Singh,
Yes.
Mr. Dillon,
Yes.
Mr. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
An emphatic yes.
Mr. Antoine,
Aye.
Mrs. Critchlow Coburg,
Aye.
Mr. Ford,
Aye.
Mr. Cuffey,
Yes.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly,
Aye.
Ms. Oliveri,
Yes.
Mrs. Webster Roy,
Aye.
Mr. Garcia,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Aye.
Dr. Francis,
Yes.
Mr. Leons,
Aye.
Mrs. Jennings Smith,
Yes.
Dr. Munilal,
No.
Mrs. Prasad Bisasa,
No.
Dr. Gopi Singh,
No.
Mr. Ramadan,
No.
Mr. Karim,
No.
Dr. Rambachan,
No.
Mrs. Nawala Hussain,
No.
Dr. Tiwari,
No.
Mrs. Gayadeen Gopi Singh,
No.
Mr. Lee,
No.
Mr. Indar Singh,
No.
Ms. Ramdial,
No.
Mr. Ganga Singh,
No.
Dr. Khan,
No.
Mr. Charles,
No.
Mr. Padara,
No.
Dr. Budu,
No.
and Mr. Parry.
No.
2118.
21 in favor, 18 against, the division is carried. The sum of $611,793,326 for head 62, Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, now stand part of the schedule. Thank you, members of the representatives of the Ministry of Community Development, for coming. Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and Caricom Affairs. The question is, honorable members, the question is that the sum of $441,682,218 for head 65, Ministry of Foreign and Caricom Affairs, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
No.
Mrs. Robinson Regis,
Aye.
Dr. Rowley,
Yes.
Mr. Imber,
Yes.
Ms. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Dayal Singh,
Yes.
Mr. Dillon,
Aye.
Mr. Hines,
Aye.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Mr. Antwine,
Aye.
Mrs. Critchlow Coburn,
Aye.
Mr. Ford,
Aye.
Mr. Cuffey,
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly,
Aye.
Ms. Oliveri,
Aye.
Mrs. Webster Roy,
Aye.
Mr. Garcia,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Aye.
Dr. Francis,
Aye.
Mr. Leons,
Aye.
Mrs. Jennings Smith,
Yes.
Dr. Munilal,
Is me? No.
Mrs. Prasad Bisasa,
No.
Dr. Gopi Singh,
No.
Mr. Ramadan,
No.
Mr. Karim,
No.
Dr. Rambachan,
No.
Mrs. Nuala Hussain,
No.
Dr. Tiwari,
No.
Mrs. Gaidin Gopi Singh,
No.
Mr. Lee,
No.
Mr. Indar Singh,
No.
Ms. Ramdial,
No.
Mr. Singh,
No.
Dr. Khan,
No.
Mr. Charles,
No.
Mr. Padaras,
No.
Dr. Bodo,
No.
and Mr. Parry.
No.
2118, ma'am.
21 in favor, 18 against. The division is carried. The sum of $441,682,218 for head 65, Ministry of Foreign and Caricom Affairs, now stands part of the schedule. I thank the members of the ministry for coming to this meeting. Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister. The question is that the sum of $267,934,700 for head 13, the Office of the Prime Minister, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
No.
Mrs. Robinson Regis.
Aye.
Dr. Rowley.
Yes.
Mr. Imber.
Yes.
Ms. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Dayal Singh.
Aye.
Mr. Dillon.
Aye.
Mr. Hines.
Aye.
Mr. Young.
Aye.
Mr. Antwine.
Aye.
Mrs. Critchlow Coburn.
Aye.
Mr. Ford.
Aye.
Mr. Cuffey.
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly.
Aye.
Ms. Oliveri.
Aye.
Mrs. Webster Roy.
Aye.
Mr. Garcia.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Aye.
Dr. Francis.
Aye.
Mr. Leons.
Aye.
Mrs. Jennings Smith. Dr. Munilal.
No.
Mrs. Prasad Bisasa.
No.
Dr. Gopi Singh.
No.
Mr. Ramadan.
No.
Mr. Karim.
No.
Dr. Rambachan.
No.
Mrs. Nuala Hussain.
No.
Dr. Tiwari.
No.
Mrs. Gaidin Gopi Singh.
No.
Mr. Lee.
No.
Mr. Indar Singh.
No.
Ms. Ramdial.
No.
Mr. Ganga Singh.
No.
Dr. Khan.
No.
Mr. Charles.
No.
Mr. Padaras.
No.
Dr. Bodo.
No.
Mr. Parry.
No.
2118, ma'am.
21 for, 18 against. The division is carried. The sum of $267,934,700 for head 13, the Office of the Prime Minister, now stands part of the schedule. Now to the clauses, consideration of the clauses of the bill.
Clause 1.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think Clause 1 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 2 and 3.
The question is that Clauses 2 and 3 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clauses 2 and 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 2 and 3 now stand part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the appropriation financial year 2016 bill 2015 be now reported to the House. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? No. The ayes have it. The bill is there one? The bill shall now be reported to the House.
Madam Speaker, I wish to report that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2016 was considered in Standing Finance Committee and passed without amendments. I now beg to move that it be read a third time and passed. This is the national budget, members.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2016 be now read a third time and passed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2016.
Honorable members, may we have some order, please? Honorable members, at this time, the meeting of the House is suspended. We shall revert here in about 10 minutes.
Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament.
With its hallmark white facade, Whitehall was once one of the largest and finest homes on Maraval Road. borne witness to times of great optimism, there are also hints of tragedy in its past. Built for cocoa plantation owner Leon Agostini in 1904, it later became the office of the Prime Minister of the newly independent Trinidad and Tobago. One of the Magnificent Seven, this iconic structure is a striking landmark along the savannah and an important part of our built heritage. At the turn of the 20th century, Trinidad's cocoa industry was thriving and fortunes were being made. The wealthy built homes to show off their success, and Whitehall was one such undertaking. Dissatisfied with the splendor of his Cobblent's house, cocoa baron Leon Agostini determined that he would build the grandest house in all Trinidad.
Leon Agostini was one of the most successful businessmen of the late 19th century. He's remembered for being the founder of the Trinidad Chamber of Commerce.
And in his second incarnation as a millionaire, decided that he would build a house worthy of his position in society. So, in its entirety, upon completion, Whitehall could have been considered one of the finest residences in the West Indies.
Whitehall was built at the then exorbitant cost of $80,000. The three-story structure was built with imported limestone from Barbados. Agostini colored the mansion with a rose-pink wash and named it Rosenweg, German for the Way of the Roses. Rosenweg was built on a grand scale to reflect Agostini's Corsican roots as well as Mediterranean architectural influences.
Whitehall has what we call a lantern light in the middle of the building, where ventilation will come in on the ground floor and rise up through the middle of the building where the stairwell was and go up to the roof and create convection. It's so designed on tropical lines. It really works for the tropics. There's proper cross ventilation, there are high ceilings, and the wraparound verandas that are so common and so workable here in the Caribbean.
The drawing room was done in the French style, decorated in Wedgwood blue with eternity mirrors to reflect the chandeliers and the grand rooms. The ceilings were hand-painted, and Italian craftsmen were responsible for the delicate gesso work. The same craftsmen did the gesso in the Red House. For the dining room, Agostini's daughters helped design wallpaper with a raised pomegranate motif meant to resemble leather. Behind the main house were servants' quarters, stables, and a coach house. By the time Leon Agostini died in 1906, his family's fortunes were in decline. Restoration architects agree that differences in the structure of the building suggest he may have had to cut costs because he was running out of money. In fact, Agostini sold Cobblent's house to be able to complete Whitehall. In spite of his Herculean efforts, within 4 years of Agostini's death, his beloved Rosenweg was in foreclosure. Some say the house is haunted by his ghost, who sits on the veranda lamenting his loss. Between 1910 and 1940, the house, which was renamed Whitehall, was owned by the Siebert family and the Hendersons. The Sieberts were very social and known for their lavish parties.
And they used to use a terrace on the roof for their parties. And there's stories that I've heard where they said that the parties went on very late and they were able to see the donkey carts with their flambeaux going down to the market in Port of Spain on the savannah.
At the start of World War II, Whitehall was commandeered by the United States forces, and from 1940 to 1944, it was home to the air raid precautions. Following the the war, several organizations rented or occupied space in the building, including the Trinidad Arts Society, Trinidad Central Library, and the Government Broadcasting Unit. In 1954, Whitehall was purchased by the Trinidad and Tobago government and became a key location during the period of Federation, where the pre-federal interim government was housed, and later, Trinidad and Tobago's first Prime Minister, Eric Williams, made it his office, as did every other Prime Minister. But since then, Prime Minister Patrick Manning vacated the premises in 2009, Whitehall has been empty. Although extensive restoration work was done on Whitehall at the end of the 1990s, without an active occupant, it has once again been allowed to fall into disrepair.
I think one of the major problems is that no maintenance work is carried out on these buildings. So, I mean, basically, they deteriorate, as any building will, to the point where it's noticeable and serious damage can be and has been caused.
Whitehall tells a complicated tale made up of many parts. It was a source of financial despair to the Agostini family, but eventually found a place of importance as the office of the Prime Minister. Built in the glory days of the plantocracy, Whitehall also stood through the decline of cocoa. It heralded a period of nationalism and optimism, housing one of the most important offices in Trinidad and Tobago. Whitehall is a jewel in our built and social heritage.
Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament.
Honorable members, I crave your indulgence to revert to two items on the agenda.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, pursuant to Standing Order 89-2, I have appointed the following members to serve on the sectional select committees of the House of Representatives for the first session 2015-2016 of the 11th Parliament. Standing Orders Committee. Mrs. Bridget Anizet George, Chairman. Mr. Faris Al-Rari, Member. Mr. Anthony Garcia, Member. Mrs. Glenda Jennings-Smith, Member. Dr. Fuad Khan, Member. Mrs. Vidya Gayadeen Gopi Singh, Member. House Committee. Mrs. Camille Robinson Regis, Chairman. Mr. Colin Imbert, Member. Major General Edmund Dillon, member. Mrs. Ayana Webster Roy, member. Dr. Rudal Munialal, member. Dr. Lakram Budu, member. Committee of Privileges. Mrs. Bridget Anizet George, chairman. Mrs. Camille Robinson Regis, chairman. Mr. Fitzgerald Hines, member. Mr. Stuart Young, member. Dr. Rudal Munilal, member. Mr. Ganga Singh, member. Statutory Instruments Committee. Mrs. Bridget Anizet George, chairman. Ms. Nicole Oliver, member. Mr. Stuart Young, member. Dr. Lovell Francis, member. Dr. Fuad Khan, member. Mr. Rushton Parry, member. Business Committee. Mrs. Bridget Anizet George, chairman. Mr. Colum Embert, member. Mrs. Camille Robinson Regis, member. Mrs. Sherian Critchlow Coburn, member. Dr. Rudal Munilal, member. Mr. David Lee, member. I now call on the Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I crave your indulgence to congratulate the Minister of Finance. And, Madam Speaker, I would like to ask that, having regard to the fact that the Parliament was still engaged in the budgetary process, I beg to move that the time for the appointment by the House of Representatives of members of joint select committees pursuant to Section 66A of the Constitution be extended to Friday, November 13th, 2015.
Honorable members, the question is that the time for the appointment by the House of Representatives of members of joint select committees pursuant to Section 66A of the Constitution be extended to Friday, November 13, 2015. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at this point, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honorable members, before I put the question, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate those of you who have made your maiden contribution during this first budget debate of the 11th Parliament. As the Speaker, it was an honor to serve as Chair of the Standing Finance Committee of this House, which, as you are aware, is a relatively new initiative. I appreciated what I interpreted as your robust enthusiasm for effective parliamentary scrutiny that was evidenced over the past 5 days. To me, it is a clear signal that this session will generate vigorous participation by both sides in the work of committees, especially the financial and administrative oversight committees soon to be appointed. Honorable members, on your behalf, I also thank the many accounting officers, permanent secretaries, and technocrats from the various ministries for their support to the Standing Finance Committee. Not to be left out is the Director of Budgets and the staff of the Budgets Division, as well as the government printer and the staff of the government printry, who worked tirelessly to ensure that the budget's documents were prepared on time. Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. All in favor say aye. Aye. All against? The ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned to be a date to be fixed.
Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament.
A leafy haven from the hustle and bustle of downtown Port of Spain, Woodford Square has for centuries been an important gathering place for the population. Space of beauty, it has also been a site of political activism, religious fervor, and lively entertainment. Woodford Square is the green heart of the city. Centuries, Woodford Square has been a place of importance. It was significant to the Caribs, who called it the place of souls. Originally situated along the banks of the St. Anne's River, it was moved to its current location by Spanish Governor Chacon when he rerouted the river. In 1797, the park became known as Brunswick Square, after the House of Brunswick in Bavaria, close allies to the British royal family. For a time, the haven turned nightmarish, as the square became a place where many enslaved people were flogged or hanged. In 1803, 3 slave leaders were hung in the square. Their brutal execution used to set an example to other dissidents. When in 1808, Port of Spain was engulfed by a terrible fire that destroyed 3,000 buildings, Brunswick Square provided a temporary home to 2,000 enslaved people, as well as white and colored citizens. Sir Ralph Woodford became governor to Trinidad and Tobago in 1813 and immediately started to lay out the city of Port of Spain in a more planned and orderly fashion following the 1808 fire.
He was an energetic man, an energetic governor. He was dedicated to what he saw as the development of the island commercially, economically, politically, socially. He was a builder and a reformer, and he tried to carry out his mission of making Trinidad more British, but he was also deeply hostile to the aspirations of the free colored class, and by no means a friend of the slaves.
Governor Woodford's German botanist planted rare tropical trees from Trinidad and South America, and the park was squared off into a design that was based on the British flag. The center of the park was meant to be the original site of the Trinity Cathedral, but public outcry led to its being moved to its current location just south of the square. The bandstand was built in 1917 and opened by the then mayor, Dr. E. Prada. In 1866, Scotsman Gregor Turnbull donated a beautiful Triton fountain for the center of the square. Made of cast iron, it features mermaids and mermen. Crafted in the Baroque style, the original artwork is believed to have been done by the Austrian sculptor Victor Tildner. Iron railings were erected around the square in 1892. By the end of the 1800s, Brunswick Square was at the heart of Port of Spain, bordered by the Red House, the Holy Trinity Cathedral, and the National Library.
The idea that was in focus at the point in time was that there should be a central open space in the capital, and around that central open space should be public buildings.
During World War I, Brunswick Square became Woodford Square.
Brunswick is a German principality. During World War I, everything German was taboo, so it was renamed for the governor who had laid it out.
In the 1950s, Eric Williams used the square for public lectures in which he challenged the British imperial system in Trinidad, and the term University of Woodford Square was coined. Williams made his famous "Let Down My Bucket" speech in the square, in which he declared his intention to enter political life.
Woodford Square, most importantly, is where the political identity of Trinbagonians was born. Everyone has heard about the University of Woodford Square, and many people still remember very, very fondly the stirring speeches that the then Chief Minister, Dr. Eric Williams, gave.
The bandstand has since become a central point for political rallies. In the 1970s, Woodford Square was the focal point of marches and demonstrations protesting inequality, unemployment, and other social issues of the time. Meetings of the National Joint Action Committee, NJAC, were also held in Woodford Square, their rallying cry of "Power to the People" ringing out across the area. NJAC dubbed the square the People's Parliament, and it became an integral meeting point during the Black Power demonstrations. Today, a lively political forum still takes place in the southeast corner of the square. The Speaker's Corner allows anyone to present their views on current issues. Points for topical discussion are listed on a blackboard, and current issues are debated fiercely. From the 18th century to today, Woodford Square has been a vibrant part of Port of Spain's landscape. A central meeting place for the population, it is still a place for rousing political rallies, religious events, craft fairs, and of course, liming. Enclosed within these wrought iron railings is the heart of Port of Spain.
Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament.
In its glory days, the President's House was one of the finest examples of British colonial architecture in the Caribbean. Once the seat of a plantation estate house during slavery, the neoclassical building has served as a governor's residence, a museum, and art gallery, and the home of the president. It stands empty today, awaiting urgently needed restoration. The President's house stands on a property which was first purchased by the French-Swiss Péchier family in 1783 through the Cedula of Population. It was here that they established the Paradise Sugar Estate and the St. Anne's Estate Plantation House. The sugar plantation, which was worked by enslaved people, occupied most of what we now know as St. Anne's and the Queen's Park Savannah. In 1817, heirs of the Péchiers sold Paradise Estate to the colonial government under Sir Ralph Woodford. The rest of the property was laid out into the Royal Botanical Gardens, and the old estate house became the colonial governor's mansion.
And when the estate was converted away from sugarcane into a public space for the savannah and then the Royal Botanical Gardens, very little survives of that period. So it is easy to forget what Paradise Estate was and what it stood for, and that people lived and died there. We also forget the long legacy of slavery associated with Paradise Estate. There were slaves owned by the colonial government at that point in time. They were fairly well treated in comparison, and only in comparison, to what the life of a plantation slave was.
In the 1840s, Governor Lord Harris decided to replace the estate house with a smaller, more manageable structure that became known as the cottage. The building sprawled over a large area of land, but it was just one story high with wide open verandas on all sides. By the 1870s, Trinidad had grown into a significant British colony, strategically and commercially, and with a sugar industry that was prospering.
So it was a wealthy colony, a colony on the up and up. So it was felt necessary that there should be a proper grand residence. And the house was built in the 1870s. It was opened in 1876. The first governor to live in it, I believe, was Sir Henry Irving.
The house, which was designed by Mr. Ferguson, was styled on the architecture of the British Raj. The facade of the house was made of blue Laventil limestone, and the roof was Welsh Duchess slate. The railings and columns were done in a Victorian style, while the doorways and open loggias are Italian in influence. The garden's plants and flowers were imported from around the world. Construction cost £44,630, and on completion, it was considered one of the grandest state residences in the Caribbean.
The new governor's mansion was the place to be and the place to be seen. And an invitation to a ball at the governor's house was considered to be the epitome of society, and it actually raised one's social status a little every time you were invited.
In 1938, the building was almost completely gutted by fire, but this provided an opportunity to modernize the interior. The house remained the residence of the colonial governors of Trinidad until 1958. Governor General Lord Hales occupied the building from 1958 to 1962 during the short-lived Federation of the West Indies, and the house was briefly used as a museum and art gallery. In 1965, it became the residence of the Governor General once again.
And then it was refurbished for the Governor General of independent Trinidad and Tobago, and it became President's House, of course, in 1976, exactly 100 years after it opened, when we became a republic. And Sir Ellis Clark, the first president, continued to live there. He had lived there as Governor General, and he continued to live there.
Signifies the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
I, Ellis Emmanuel Innocent Clark.
In addition to being the president's private residence, the house was used for diplomatic receptions, national awards, and swearing-in ceremonies. It was occupied by the President of the Republic until 2010, when disaster struck.
Lack of maintenance, the fact that because of the leaking roof, the stonework was saturated with water and disintegrated. In addition, the roof structure in wood was termite ridden. So, you know, everything worked against it staying in place. And at that point, it just collapsed.
The collapsed section of the roof was covered by a temporary